Chapter 174. Indeed, Simon Xing had suffered severe injuries. After taking some healing medicine, he finally managed to suppress the injuries. The Stargaze Palace had its own rules. Usually, the internal conflicts within the sect would not involve the disciples. They would also not complain to the elders. Only when there was too much malicious bullying or when there was too much disparity in strength, would the elders be alerted. Although Qin Wushuang had a grudge with the Shimen feudal lords, that grudge had been resolved by Shimen Yu. And the Shimen feudal lords had already submitted to the royal Qin and belonged to the feudal lords under the rule of the royal Qin. Since they were already under the rule of the Qin, as an offspring of the royal family, Qin Wushuang should step out when Simon Xing had been injured. Not to mention the current situation had already involved the conflict between the Bai Yu and the Great Wu. Qin Wushuang had no reason to not step out and ignore it. The current situation was no longer a dispute between individuals, but a grudge between countries. Now, all 7 martial arts students from the Bai Yu had gathered together. Tong Yang and Simon Xing were both offspring of the Heavenly Royal Territory. Wan Jinpeng was an offspring of the Purple Flame Territory. The other 3 were all offspring of the 3 royal families and shared the same surname of He. They were the ones with the highest scores among the 3 royal territories in the Bai Yu exam. Here, Simon Xing and Tong Yang's family had both attended Qin Xiu and Da Shiming's wedding. Thus, before they had left, they had received repeated warnings from their family elders. They had told them that Qin Wushuang was an upper sky and urged them not to leak the news. Initially, Qin Wushuang had killed Li Wuji and destroyed the Redwood Mansion. For a long time, the outside world had thought that the martial saint had killed an elite warrior from the outside world. They did not know that it was Qin Wushuang who had done it. Only those aristocratic powerhouses who had participated in the wedding knew the inside story. However, after being warned by the martial saint, of course, they knew the importance of this secret. How would they dare to leak it? Even within their own families, only those core people knew. Therefore, other than Simon Xing and Tong Yang, the others all knew that Qin Wushuang seemed to have been chosen by some hall master and had an extremely high status. The Bai Yu country had risen to become an upper subordinate country because of Qin Wushuang's position in the Stargaze Palace. Thus, regardless of their background, naturally, they saw Qin Wushuang as the core of the 7 people from the Bai Yu country. Even the disciples of the 3 royal families were no exception. In the Stargaze Palace, their teachers were only at the elders level. However, Qin Wushuang was at the palace master level. Marquis Wushuang, we cannot swallow this. He Zichong of Taiyuan of Goguryeo was the first to speak. The Taiyuan of Goguryeo and the Great Wu shared a border. Usually, the relationship between the Taiyuan of Goguryeo and the Great Wu was the stiffest. Thus, He Zichong's tone was also full of hatred. The other 2 disciples of the royal family had come from Prince Lanyu and the Purple Flame Territory. They all nodded. We cannot tolerate it. If we get suppressed by them this time, I am afraid our disciples will be suppressed by them forever in the Stargaze Palace. Everyone, don't argue, for sure brother Qin Wushuang knows his limits. Tong Yang knew Qin Wushuang well. He knew that since he had come, he would not stand by and watch. Last time at the Phoenix Perch restaurant, Qin Wushuang had turned against the imperial uncle for a few civilians. Now, since it involved the conflict between the 2 countries and the dignity of the country, Qin Wushuang could not ignore it. Do you have a list of those martial arts students from the Great Wu? Who are their teachers? Qin Wushuang asked. Humph, most of them are also disciples of the elders. 3 of them are disciples of the Shakyamuni, and one of them is the most exceptional. He is called Qi Yinfeng and was taken in by the 3rd palace master. He is the leader of this group of people. Feeling indignant, He Zichong looked at Qin Wushuang. Marquis Wushuang, someone said that you are a disciple of the 2nd palace master, is that true? In fact, it was not a secret that the 2nd palace master had taken a fancy to Qin Wushuang. Many people knew about it. Only, they had rushed over from the Bai Yu country and entered the 2nd round of selection. After the selection, they were thrown into the exam and did not have the chance to hear any confidential information. Thus, they were isolated from the outside world. Qin Wushuang nodded. Thank you, Second Palace Master, for recognizing me. It is true. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard it. Although they did not know the exact power of the higher-ups in the Stargaze Palace, the ranking of the Second Palace Master was higher than the Third Palace Master. At least, Qin Wushuang had already suppressed the limelight of the Great Wu by becoming a disciple of the Second Palace Master. Since that Qi Yinfeng had become a disciple of the Third Palace Master, he did not appear as terrifying. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not care about these details as he asked, how do those martial arts students from the Great Wu plan to take care of it? Hearing Qin Wushuang asking the main point, that Wn Jinpeng continued, they announced that they will meet at the West Wind Valley tonight and decide the winner with martial arts. Whichever side loses will get the hell out of the Stargaze Palace. Get the hell out of the Stargaze Palace? Qin Wushuang frowned lightly. This Stargaze Palace was not a market. How could they come and go as they pleased? Wasn't this a little too childish? Yes, that's what they said. Wn Jinpeng said helplessly, these guys are extremely arrogant. They seem to know that we will lose for sure. They always want to push us out of the Stargaze Palace. They want to let the Great Wu suppress the Baiyu. However, Tong Yang said, the Stargaze Palace does not belong to the Great Wu. Do they really think they can come and go as they please? Young Master Xing, you will go with us tonight. When the time comes, you'll have to find out who injured you. Since they want to cause trouble, let's take care of it tonight. Qin Wushuang's cold tone made the others feel surprised and happy. Apparently, Qin Wushuang's words meant that he had agreed to go. With the personal disciple of the Second Palace Master holding the line, they were much more daring for tonight's trip. Regardless of the outcome, at least they would not lose to the other party in terms of temperament. Simon Xing was overjoyed. Since Marquis Wushuang is going, for sure, we will succeed. Those bastards from the Great Wu will suffer tonight. Although those three from the three royal families were happy, they were not as optimistic as Simon Xing. That He Zizhong said with a deep tone, I heard that Qi Yinfeng is the eldest grandson of Qi Shengnan, the martial saint of the Great Wu. He was trained as an upper sky since he was young. Now, he is also at stage 9 of the genuine force. In the Great Wu, he has the strength to stand above tens of thousands of people. Because of this, he was in the limelight and was chosen by the Third Palace Master. After the martial arts student exam, Qin Wushuang's strength was defined as stage 9 of the genuine force by the outside world. It was also the evaluation of Qin Wushuang by the three royal children. Thus, before that Qi Yinfeng, they were not too optimistic. After all, Qin Wushuang was only at stage 9. And Qi Yinfeng was the eldest grandson of the martial saint and had been trained as an upper sky since he was young. In their opinion, there was still a difference. It was like comparing a stage 9 from the secular world and the 4 great honored warriors of the martial saint mountain. So what if he is at stage 9? Simon Xing said angrily, with Marquis Wushuang stepping out, it doesn't matter if that Qi Yinfeng doesn't come. Even if he comes, we will still beat him. Regardless, this time, we don't need to win against them. At least, we cannot lose. Or else, although we won't get kicked out of the Stargaze Palace, we will not have a good time in the future. Wn Jinpeng also had a clear grasp of the situation. Yes, Marquis Wushuang, if that Qi Yinfeng is going too far, I think you can use the prestige of the Second Palace Master to suppress him, He Zichong suggested. How can we do that? Tong Yang immediately rejected, this way, it would make our martial arts students look timid. We must not lose face. Or else, we will become a laughingstock in the future. Initially, Tong Yang's status was not as high as everyone here. However, he was now a student of the Shakyamuni at the Stargaze Palace. Besides Qin Wushuang, he had a higher status than everyone here. Thus, unconsciously, he was on equal footing with these people. He Zichong gave a long sigh, it's related to our survival at the Stargaze Palace. Marquis Wushuang, I think it's necessary. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and did not speak a word. Using the name of his teacher to intimidate others? It would be reasonable if the enemy was someone as strong as the old devil Ji Yin. After all, they could not fight against him. If he had to use his teacher's name to deal with a few martial arts students from the Great Wu, then Qin Wushuang would have wasted his 2 lifetime of training. He waved his hand and stopped Tong Yang's restless words. No need to speak anymore. Tonight, at the West Wind Col, we will move on time. Qin Wushuang walked next to Shimen Xing and patted his body twice. Instantly, he forced out the clotted blood from his body. Simon Xing felt a fishy taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Instantly, his entire body felt much more relaxed and his complexion also became more relaxed. Circulate your genuine qi, don't get distracted. Qin Wushuang said lightly, I don't want to go with only 6 people. Since 7 people are going to the Stargaze Palace, all 7 of us must go together. Not one of us can go missing. Yes, not one of us can go missing. Since he had decided to move tonight, Qin Wushuang would not return to the Green Cloud Palace. Instead, he found a quiet place to meditate and train. In his former world, people called him a martial arts maniac. Indeed, his drive to train was not for nothing. With such little time, he must make full use of every second. Soon, the sky of the night gradually darkened. Tong Yang, Wn Jinpeng, and the others also had different feelings. Tong Yang and Simon Xing knew Qin Wushuang's true strength. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. Inwardly, they were looking forward to Qin Wushuang unleashing his invincible power and taking out all the martial arts students from the Great Wu. On the other hand, Wn Jinpeng and that He Zicheng's people were somewhat worried. They were worried about their personal gains and losses and had a heavy heart. Apparently, they did not have much confidence in the upcoming West Wind Colonel. When Qin Wushuang returned to the crowd, he glanced at everyone's expression and knew the general situation. He did not try to comfort them and said, It's almost time, how do we get to the West Wind Col? Whoever knows the way, lead the way. Tong Yang had been sweeping the floor of the Li Hua Palace. Naturally, he did not know where the West Wind Col was. Wan Jinpeng immediately said, I know, please. Of course, the West Wind Col was also a part of the Virtuous Cloud Mountain range. Only, it was not within the main Virtuous Cloud Mountain range and was far away from the Virtuous Cloud Mountain range. Qin Wushuang had never been to the training grounds of the lower-level disciples. Of course, he was not familiar with it. With Wan Jinpeng leading the way, they walked for about 100 miles and arrived at a remote mountain kernel. Indeed, this place was deep and quiet. Indeed, it was a secluded place. If they were to fight here, they would not have to worry about being disturbed by outsiders. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 175. He Zicheng was slightly surprised. Those bastards are not here yet. A trace of a strange smile hung on Qin Wushuang's face. Of course, it was not that those people had not arrived. Instead, they had hidden in the corners nearby and spread out to form an encirclement. He gave a glance to Tong Yang, and Tong Yang understood. He Zicheng, you must be careful. Those bastards from the Great Wu love to hide their heads and tails. If you think they are not here, perhaps they were here a long time ago. Now, they are hiding in the corner like a tortoise. Qin Wushuang praised him, and inwardly, he thought that indeed, this Tong Yang had a high comprehension ability. With these few curses, it would be strange if those martial arts students from the Great Wu could stay calm. Indeed, after a few strange cries, a group of martial arts students scrambled out from the depths of the grass. They formed a circle and surrounded Qin Wushuang and the others. Counting the heads, there were only 12 people. With a glance, Qin Wushuang knew that among these 12 people, Qi Yinfeng was not among them. There was no stage 9 of the genuine force. As soon as these martial arts students from the Great Wu came out, the disadvantage of the number of people from the Bayou country was immediately revealed. Despite this fact, none of these young people showed fear on their faces. When two countries were fighting, even young people would not lack hot-bloodedness. Before the enemy, they had no other choice but to fight to the death. Fear. In the blood of martial artists, there was never the word fear. 6 martial arts students moved closer to Qin Wushuang unconsciously and formed a defensive circle with Qin Wushuang as the core. Young Master Xing, who was the one that hurt you? Qin Wushuang asked lightly. Shimen Xing glanced around and pointed to the front. It's the 2 people wearing yellow clothes. They are a pair of twin brothers. 2 against 1, how shameless. If it was 1-on-1, how could I, Simon Xing, lose to these scoundrels from the Great Wu? Nice scolding. Fighting with numbers, you are even less than a scoundrel, Qin Wushuang berated with an indifferent tone. Suddenly, he glared outside. There's another one, why are you hiding? Could it be you have something to hide? Qin Wushuang's words had directly yelled towards that dense forest on the west side. Apparently, he was targeting that person hiding in the dark. Shimen Xing and the others were taken aback as they looked at the forest in shock. Even those 12 people from the Great Wu were somewhat surprised. Of course, they knew who was hiding there. According to their previous agreement, if they could suppress the situation, Qi Yinfeng would not show himself. Unless they couldn't suppress Cha Mion, Qi Yinfeng would come out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, before the fight even started, Qi Yinfeng's whereabouts had already been exposed. In this way, their plan to win by surprise troops would be completely ruined. Qi Yinfeng snorted lightly and flew out. His long robe seemed especially cold under the moonlight. His entire temperament gave people a feeling of aloofness. No wonder he was the direct grandson of the martial saint of the Great Wu. From his temperament, he did not lose to those honored warriors from the Baiyu. This Qi Yinfeng does have some skills. I am afraid that among the stage 9 of the genuine force, only the purple-robed great honored warrior could suppress him. However, I am afraid it would only be temporary. In 3 years, perhaps even the purple-robed great honored warrior would admit defeat. When Qin Wushuang saw this Qi Yinfeng for the first time, he gave him a high evaluation. If he had sensed correctly, this Qi Yinfeng should have started to touch the so-called Dao. Initially, when the purple-robed great honored warrior had explained to Qin Wushuang what Dao was, Qin Wushuang only understood half of it. And this Qi Yinfeng should have been influenced by his grandfather, the martial saint, since he was young. Indeed, he had learned a lot about Dao. Perhaps, if this kid had the fortuitous opportunity, he would not be far from entering the upper sky. Qin Wushuang glanced at them and did not look at them anymore. Instead, he said, "You two, if you have the guts to fight, step out." Those 2 brothers from the Great Wu had always been valiant and fearless. They stepped out with a swagger. What? It was you guys who made the move, right? Qin Wushuang asked coldly. So what if it was us? That kid was stubborn and asked for a beating. Tonight, not only will I beat him up, but all of you here will also suffer some physical pain. Qin Wushuang nodded. Good, it seems you guys have strong fists. As he spoke, he slowly walked out a few steps and pointed at Simon Xing. He is an offspring of the aristocrats under my royal territory. You guys beat him at the Stargaze Palace, it's the same as slapping the face of the royal family. Today, I will step out and let you guys beat me. Let's see how strong your fists are, how about it? Asking for a beating? Isn't that simple? Those 2 brothers looked at each other and stepped forward with an evil grin. They kept clenching their fists and their joints emitted a crisp sound like frying beans. I have never heard of such a request in my life. Since you want a beating, we will fulfill your wish. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and with mutual understanding, they squeezed over. One on the left and one on the right, they blocked all of Qin Wushuang's escape routes. With continuous tiger roars, they had already attacked with their fists. Although the power of their fists could not be compared with those elite warriors at the upper level of the genuine force, they had the advantage in their tacit understanding and crafty moves. 4 fists swung up and sent out fist shadows that filled the sky. For a time, it seemed as if a dozen fists were swaying before Qin Wushuang's eyes. Qin Wushuang shook his head with disdain. He did not even look at them and raised his arm lightly. Almost at the same time, 4 striking sounds emerged. Next, 2 miserable cries sounded out at the same time. The 4 arms of those 2 brothers seemed to have been cut off by someone all of a sudden. They hung limply on their shoulders and were completely broken from the joints to the bones. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. Under the moonlight, he stood there calmly as if he had never made a move. Instead, he had been standing in the same place. He Zichong and the others also found it inconceivable when they witnessed this scene. They knew that Qin Wushuang was strong. However, they did not expect that Qin Wushuang had taken away the combat power of two of the enemy's elite warriors so easily. On the side of the Great Wu, when they saw their two friends had lost their arms as soon as they made a move, all of them turned pale with fright. Then, each of them became furious and surrounded Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang still remained calm and collected. Even if 100 of these martial arts students came, they would be no different than scarecrows in his eyes. They were living targets. If he were to make a move, he could kill at least 2 figures in one move. Suddenly, Qi Yinfeng shouted, "Hold on." When those people from the Great Wu heard Qi Yinfeng's shout, they all opened up a path for Qi Yinfeng to walk into the circle. That Qi Yinfeng sized Qin Wushuang from head to toe. "You are an offspring of the Bai Yu?" Qin Wushuang did not answer and looked at Qi Yinfeng with a faint smile. On his face, there was a trace of undisguised mockery. It was not Qin Wushuang showing off. Instead, he deliberately looked down on Qi Yinfeng and wanted to strike a blow to the arrogance of the Great Wu. He knew that these people from the Great Wu had a sense of superiority to the Bai Yu. Especially in this martial arts student selection, the number of people from the Bai Yu had doubled. It had increased their sense of superiority. And what Qin Wushuang had done was to tear down their sense of superiority. He threw them to the ground, stepped on them and spat a few times. "Boss Qi, this guy looks unfamiliar. He should not be from the Bai Yu." During that selection, the Bai Yu only selected 6 people. "I don't know where this kid came from." However, Qi Yinfeng frowned. "Earlier, you said that I was hiding my head and shrinking my tail. Now, who is the one hiding his head and shrinking his tail?" Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. "I was thinking, if you were to get killed at the Stargaze Palace, would that old man Qi Shengnan die of heartache?" Qi Yinfeng's face sank. "With just you?" Qin Wushuang smiled strangely and shook his head. "If I kill you, I will be charged with harming my fellow disciples. I heard that your offspring from the Great Wu is going to settle things with the Bai Yu tonight. As for how to settle things, you, the grandson of the martial saint from the Great Wu, why don't you tell us?" Inwardly, Qi Yinfeng felt apprehensive and quickly thought. The other party knew his exact identity and still spoke with such a mocking tone. It seemed that he did not have a simple background. In a flash, he remembered a name. "You are Qin Wushuang?" When Qi Yinfeng shouted these words, he also looked at Qin Wushuang with caution. Before he had departed from the Great Wu, he had heard the name Qin Wushuang. Although he did not have the time to learn the inside information after becoming a disciple of the third palace master, he had always paid attention to the name Qin Wushuang. He also heard that the reason why the Bai Yu could become an upper subordinate country was because of this Qin Wushuang. Unfortunately, the third palace master did not tell Qi Yinfeng, his new disciple, about Qin Wushuang. Firstly, he was unwilling to speak of it due to his pride. Secondly, he did not want to dampen his disciple's ambition. "Let's not talk nonsense." Qin Wushuang said leisurely, "I will only ask one thing, how to settle things." Naturally, Qi Yinfeng did not dare to show weakness when he heard Qin Wushuang's domineering tone. He initiated his temperament and wanted to suppress Qin Wushuang. He said lightly, "In the world of martial artists, of course, it's settled by force." "Nice, settled by force." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "What happens if we win? What happens if we lose?" Suddenly, Tongyang opened his mouth. "Earlier, who said that the loser should get out of the Stargaze Palace?" "Yes, the loser should get out immediately. Our Bai Yu can afford to win and lose." Simon Xing followed to help. These two knew Qin Wushuang's background. Naturally, they were fearless and shouted. Apparently, they wanted to bait these people from the Great Wu. On the other hand, He Zichong and Wan Jinpeng frowned tightly. They did not expect that Tong Yang and Simon Xing would bring up this matter. From their point of view, the Bai Yu was still at a disadvantage. Since Tong Yang and Simon Xing were clamoring, weren't they cutting off their own path of retreat? Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Qi, the loser should get out. Those words were spoken by your people from the Great Wu, right? For the words I said, you people of the Great Wu will not deny it flatly, right?" Qi Yinfeng did not answer. One of the royal offspring behind him said angrily, "Let's bet, could it be that our Great Wu is scared of your little Baiyu?" "Yes, Boss Qi, let's bet with them. Cowards from the Baiyu, could it be that we are scared of them? Let's bet, let's bet. The loser should get out immediately." Apparently, those people from the Great Wu were extremely confident in Qi Yinfeng. And from the current situation, the Great Wu had 2 wounded people. However, the other side also had 1. 11 against 6, they had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. What was there to hesitate about in this situation? P.S. Begging for more monthly votes and aim for 1,000 votes. Galaxia, forward. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 176. Qi Yinfeng estimated that this Qin Wushuang should not be stronger than him. In terms of national power, the Baiyu had never surpassed the Great Wu. In terms of elite warriors, they had never overshadowed the Great Wu. In terms of talent and training, they were also inferior to the Great Wu. Overall, an offspring from the Baiyu would not be able to suppress him, the eldest grandson of the martial saint. And from the beginning to the end, Qin Wushuang had cooperated and did not reveal any trace of upper sky qi. This had caused Qi Yinfeng to be blindly optimistic. He felt that even if this Qin Wushuang had caught the eye of the second palace master as the rumors had said, his strength would not surpass his. If this Qin Wushuang had not appeared tonight, then the other martial arts students from the Baiyu would only be at their mercy. And since Qin Wushuang had appeared, the entire situation would become a competition between him and Qin Wushuang. It would decide the direction of the entire situation tonight. Qi Yinfeng thought left and right and considered all the possibilities. He came to a conclusion: the Great Wu had no reason to lose tonight's battle. Instantly, he smiled with confidence. "Kid of the Qin, can your words represent the other martial arts students from the Baiyu?" Tong Yang and Simon Xing immediately said, "Nonsense, of course, we can. The martial arts students from the Baiyu are of the same mind. Before and after the battle, we are of the same mind." Hearing these two's emphasis, Wan Jinpeng and He Zicheng could only nod. Regardless of what they thought inwardly, before the enemy, they would never show their internal disharmony. Qin Wushuang said with an indifferent smile, "So what?" Before Qi Yinfeng had spoken, those offspring from the Great Wu all took the initiative to express their stance. Boss Qi is the future pillar of the Great Wu. Of course, his words represent everything. That's right, Boss Qi, you make the decision. We will listen to you. Qi Yinfeng nodded and said to Qin Wushuang, "How about it?" "Great." Qin Wushuang clapped his hands and laughed. "Then, how should we start the battle? Should we all go at once? Or you and I will be the representatives?" Qi Yinfeng shrugged his shoulders casually. "My Great Wu is a great country, why don't we let you choose? If all of you were to attack together, it would seem as if we were bullying you with numbers. But then again, who was to blame for the lack of manpower? If your Baiyu country can also send out a dozen people, you will be on equal footing with my Great Wu. Even if you surpass my Great Wu, I will have nothing to say." In other words, he still had the intention of relying on his advantage in numbers. Qin Wushuang's tone contained a hint of mockery. "So, you still intend to fight with numbers?" Since he had this idea in mind, there was no need to beat around the bush. Wouldn't it be better to just say it directly? Qi Yinfeng smiled coldly. "So what if I bully you because you have fewer people?" Qin Wushuang shook his head and calmly glanced around. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Bullying with numbers? So what?" Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly moved, and his entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow. Under the moonlight, Only a row of after-images could be seen passing by. Those disciples of the Great Wu did not even see how Qin Wushuang moved his feet and arms. Then, a wave of invisible power hit their vital acupoints on their chest and they all fell down. Qin Wushuang had sealed their middle chest acupoints. Qin Wushuang moved like lightning and his body was as light as a swallow. Like a gust of wind, he floated back to his original place. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Now, we have more people from the Bayou." Qi Yinfeng's expression changed. He looked back and saw his 12 companions from the Great Wu, including those 2 brothers from before, had all been hit in their vital points. They lay on the ground like a pile of soft mud. Qi Yinfeng's expression changed drastically. For this move, he could also do it. However, regarding such fast speed, accurate moves, and ruthless methods, Qi Yinfeng seemed to be inferior. When he thought here, he could not help but feel fearful. The way he looked at Qin Wushuang had become completely different than before. He could not underestimate this opponent. Instantly, Simon Xing and Tong Yang cheered, "Good move." Tong Yang even mocked, "Qi, you said it, right? So what if you bully us with more people? Now, it's our turn to ask you this question, right? Karma comes fast, how does it feel?" With an ashen face, Qi Yinfeng sneered, "Kid of the Qin, do you think you have won against my Great Wu after taking them down? Ha ha, you mean, I have to take you down as well to win, right?" With a faint smile, Qin Wushuang stared at Qi Yinfeng. If it was possible, Qin Wushuang could activate his upper sky qi and this Qi Yinfeng would give in without a fight. The reason why Qin Wushuang did not activate his upper sky qi was because he was considering the long term. Since he could not kill Qi Yinfeng and the others tonight, he did not plan to expose the secret of his upper sky qi. Unless this Qi Yinfeng went to the third palace master to complain and the third palace master exposed this secret. Of course, Qin Wushuang had considered the long term. After he had solved the dispute here tonight, he would return to the Bayou country. The longer he kept the secret of being an upper sky qi, the longer the Bayou country could play their trump card. Under the current situation, if he did not expose his upper sky qi, he could see more. Once he exposed it, most likely, many of the signs would be extinguished. It would not be beneficial for him to carry out his plan. Out of consideration, Qin Wushuang decided to observe with cold eyes. When necessary, he would reveal his upper sky qi to intimidate the Great Wu. If it was necessary, he would even go to the Great Wu and meet with their upper sky martial saint. Qi Yinfeng raised the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Stop with the nonsense, let me see how much power the strongest martial arts student from the Bayou country has." As soon as he spoke the last 2 words, suddenly, Qi Yinfeng straightened his body. He crossed his palms and pounced towards Qin Wushuang. His 2 palms kept rolling and overlapping. Instantly, the sky seemed to be filled with Qi Yinfeng's palm prints. This 1,000 leaves palm was Qi Yinfeng's best technique. It seemed real and illusory, floating and unpredictable. When it was used by Qi Yinfeng, regardless of the level or the intensity, it had reached the peak. To be able to train a pre-sky realm technique to this extent, it could be said that he had reached the peak and had no flaws. Like lightning, Qi Yinfeng covered Qin Wushuang within his attack circle with layers of palm shadows. Violent wind rose from all directions and the leaves fluttered in the air. Apparently, they were driven by the power of this 1,000 leaves palm. They kept rolling down and formed a whirlpool. The corner of Qin Wushuang's clothes fluttered in the wind and appeared to be in a mess. Only, regardless of how messy the corner of his clothes were, Qin Wushuang did not move. It was as if he was not a person standing in the same place, but a wooden sculpture. Both He Zichong and Wen Jinpeng turned pale with fright. They could not understand whether Qin Wushuang was being arrogant, or he was scared out of his wits. As the bystanders, when they felt the biting cold wind from the 1,000 leaves palm, they also felt the pain from their skin being scraped. They could not help but step back a few times. They could already feel the biting cold palm power from such a far distance. However, Qin Wushuang, who was in the center of the attack, was still so calm. What kind of show was this? Only Tong Yang and Simon Xing remained as steady as Mount Tai. In their mind, Upper sky was a mythical concept. Regardless of how strong you were, you would not gain any advantage from an upper sky. Now, they were waiting for the climax when Qin Wushuang taught Qi Yinfeng a lesson. It would certainly be marvelous and satisfying. When they thought of dragging down the arrogant offspring of the great Wu from the sky and stepping on him in the mud, they felt extremely satisfied and carefree. Currently, Qi Yinfeng did not consider how Qin Wushuang would react. He needed to push the power of this set of thousand leaves palm to the climax, to the extreme. The profoundness of the thousand leaves palm lay in the fact that it seemed real and illusory at the same time. The power of each palm was like the water flowing in the waves. It kept pushing forward, stacking, gushing, and colliding. Many little drops make an ocean, forming a turbulent state. The most tyrannical part was that this palm technique could keep stacking power. It could also create countless illusionary palm prints to overwhelm the opponent. In the tens of thousands of palm prints, the opponent would not know whether to advance or retreat. At this time, suddenly, all the corner of Qin Wushuang's clothes that were fluttering in the wind fell down. It seemed that at the same time, a dozen hands had smoothed out these clothes. It also seemed that all the palm wind around him had disappeared instantly. The palm wind did not vanish. However, the corner of his clothes had returned to its original position. Of course, this was the effect of Qin Wushuang absorbing the power from his own body. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang gave a long laugh. Qi Yinfeng, you are so fancy. Are you going to show me such a set of mediocre martial arts techniques? For this long whistle, Qin Wushuang had used his genuine qi to spurt out. Carrying the powerful internal qi of the lion's roar, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. With a crashing sound, it had instantly broken apart all of Qi Yinfeng's imposing manner. Then, with a stir, it had instantly crushed all the palm power. The speed was as simple as a dozen wild wolves devouring an antelope. In the next moment, Qin Wushuang poked with his finger and a ray of coagulated sword that had been suppressed to the state of void sword pierced through the air and hit Qi Yinfeng's chest. Kai! A crisp and cruel hit sound had directly pushed Qi Yinfeng a few meters away. Qi Yinfeng's genuine qi was stuck in his chest and could not escape. He choked and coughed continuously. Blood had already overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Qin Wushuang gave an okay sound and looked at Qi Yinfeng suspiciously. Although it was only a void sword, its momentum was extraordinary. Yet, it had not pierced through Qi Yinfeng's chest. It seems that this person also has some kind of defensive armor. However, this void sword had hit his chest and injured his sea of spiritual qi. It will be enough for him to recover for a month. Qin Wushuang moved his finger continuously and released the acupoints of those disciples from the great Wu. Then, he asked with a casual tone, "You guys have two choices. First, do as you said and get out of the Stargaze Palace. Second," he waved his hand at Simon Xing, "crawl under his crotch." Although Simon Xing's wound was faintly hurting, he laughed. "Great, Marquis Wushuang, this is how we should deal with these bastards. So what if you are proud, arrogant, and have a strong sense of superiority? I will still let you suffer the humiliation of crawling under my crotch." Simon Xing felt his anger had been vented. Marquis Wushuang's move was too powerful. P.S. Here's the fourth update. I will continue tomorrow. I am preparing for a big explosion and I will try to give everyone a big surprise on Sunday. Warriors of the Galaxia, continue to rise. Perhaps, on Sunday, you will witness an unprecedented explosion. I need your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and I will not refuse anyone. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 177. Qin Wushuang was not a child. He had his reasons for wanting these people to crawl under Simon Xing's crotch. In this battle, he had defeated Qi Yinfeng. If Qi Yinfeng went to complain to the third palace master, for sure he would learn that Qin Wushuang was an upper sky. This way, to the great Wu, Qin Wushuang's upper sky secret would no longer be a secret. It would be difficult for him to achieve a surprise victory. And when he crawled under his crotch, for sure, Qi Yinfeng would swallow his teeth and blood after suffering such humiliation. He would never complain to the third palace master. After all, this humiliation was not something to be proud of. Shimon Xing clutched his chest and smiled as he watched these guys crawl under his crotch one by one. Initially, each of these martial arts students from the Great Wu were arrogant and unruly. However, they were the ones who had started this incident. They would either get the hell out of the Stargaze Palace, or they would have to endure this humiliation. Qi Yinfeng's face was gloomy and uncertain. Of course, he did not want to endure this extraordinary humiliation. However, the situation had overpowered everything. Regardless of his backbone and height, he could not change the fact that he had lost. A general of a defeated army could not speak of bravery, unless he committed suicide on the spot to apologize, or else, he would have to endure this humiliation to pass this obstacle. Qi Yinfeng's chest moved up and down. He wanted to fight with his life. However, the injury on his chest told him that if he continued to fight today, he would only die. He would not get any benefits. He remembered his grandfather's earnest advice before he left. In the Great Luo Empire, there are many elite warriors. Yinfeng, not only must you endure the loneliness, you must know when to yield and when to stand tall. A real man can only achieve great things by enduring the anger. In martial arts training, there will always be a higher mountain. If you want to fight, you should fight for your own benefits, and not for personal feelings. Bear with it for a while, and you will achieve great things. Qi Yinfeng's mind was constantly filled with comforting thoughts. If you want to wash away today's humiliation, the only way is to endure the humiliation and cultivate hard. If I fight with force, it will give the enemy an excuse to kill me. When he thought here, he lowered his head, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and crawled under. Simon Xing laughed. I wonder what that old man Qi Shengnan is thinking when he sees this scene. Ha ha ha. With Simon Xing's personality, he would not be so flamboyant. However, since he was injured by people of the Great Wu, a wave of anger had accumulated inside his heart. Of course, he was extremely depressed. At this moment, even a character like Qi Yinfeng had to crawl under his crotch. Naturally, it was extremely satisfying. At that moment, Wn Jinpeng, He Zichong, and the others were dumbfounded. They never would have thought that tonight's situation would end up like this. Before their departure, they were already mentally prepared. Even if they were to lose, they would endure the humiliation and survive in the Stargaze Palace. However, the reality was completely opposite to what they had expected. The people of the Great Wu were the ones who had to endure the humiliation. And they did not even have the chance to make a move. At this time, Wn Jinpeng and the others looked at Qin Wushuang with admiration and worship. They had long known that Qin Wushuang was strong. But they didn't expect him to be so monstrous. Qi Yin, Feng He, and the others were also monstrous. The direct descendant of the martial saint of the Great Wu was still defeated by him and had to accept the humiliation of crawling under his crotch. Marquis Wushuang, this time, I am completely convinced by you. He Zichong gave a long sigh. Yes, we won this battle. In the future, it will be much easier to survive in the Stargaze Palace. At least, this group of martial arts students from the Great Wu will not dare to provoke us. Wn Jinpeng sighed with emotion. Ha ha, it's so satisfying to see Qi Yinfeng's expression. Each of them was overjoyed and beaming with joy. Qin Wushuang said, everyone should go back and train. No need to care about this temporary victory or defeat. I plan to return to the Bayou country. Let's go now. Return to the Bayou country? Simon Xing was somewhat surprised. Yes. Everyone, goodbye. Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute and turned to leave. Brother Qin, on the 8th day of the 12th month, all the sects will gather to prepare for the year-end exam. Why are you returning to the Bayou country now? He Zichong was rather curious. A little more than a month's time is enough for a round trip. Qin Wushuang waved his hand and in a few leaps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Wn Jinpeng gave a long sigh. The strength of this Marquis Wushuang is truly unfathomable. Perhaps, he is close to the upper sky. Tong Yang only smiled and did not speak. Simon Xing also shook his head with a smile and did not respond. Since Qin Wushuang did not express his opinion, of course, they would not reveal Qin Wushuang's exact strength. After this battle, the six of them had become much closer to each other. Through this battle, their cohesiveness had increased. Under the cover of the night, Qin Wushuang walked out of the virtuous Cloud Mountain range and headed outside. Along the way, he traveled day and night without stopping. In 7 days, he had returned to the Bayou country. Traveling from the north to the south, he needed to pass through the imperial capital. Qin Wushuang decided to visit the Martial Saint at the Martial Saint Mountain. He wanted to learn about the general situation. After 5 or 6 months, when Qin Wushuang returned to the imperial capital, he felt that everything had changed. To not attract too much attention, Qin Wushuang suppressed his upper sky presence along the way. Like an ordinary martial artist, he walked towards the imperial city gate. He planned to find an inn to rest and settle down. Then, he would go to the Martial Saint Mountain to visit the Martial Saint. When he arrived near the city gate, just when Qin Wushuang was about to show his identity and enter the city gate, he heard a wave of noisy quarreling from inside the city gate. Qin Wushuang looked towards the source of the sound and saw a few riders sitting on top of tall horses. They were quarreling with the city gate guards. There were a total of 3 riders and all of them were riding on white horses with silver saddles. They appeared extremely luxurious. However, in terms of their dressing, they appeared exotic. Apparently, they were not people from the Bayou country. Their slightly crooked noses appeared to have hooked noses. They appeared arrogant and refused to get down from the horse. They sat on the horse and looked down at the city gate guards. 3 honorable envoys, this is the rule of the Bayou country. When the horse enters the city gate, the passengers must get down from the horse to prevent chaos. We will not stop you if you want to go out of the city. However, please get down from the horse and walk for a while. Once you are out of the city gate, you can do whatever you want. That little captain of the city gate guards spoke with a neither servile nor overbearing tone. However, his attitude was clear and he would never let them go. Those 3 people had a faint smile on their face. Apparently, they knew about this rule. However, they still sat firmly on the horse and did not show any signs of wanting to get down. One of the riders sneered, "The rule of the West Chu is that the riders do not get down from the horse. They are free to come and go." West Chu? Qin Wushuang was stunned. Envoys from the West Chu? The West Chu was located to the northwest of the Bayou country. It was also a subordinate country to the Great Luo Empire. Only, it had always been an upper subordinate country. It had a vast territory and produced many talented people. It had always suppressed the Bayou and other middle subordinate countries. Thus, to the Bayou country, the West Chu was 1 level higher. Thus, it was not hard to understand why they were so domineering. Only, the West Chu had rarely interacted with the Bayou. Most likely, these envoys did not come with good intentions. While Qin Wushuang was thinking, those 3 urged their horses to charge forward. That captain of the city gate guards opened his arms and used his body to block them. He shouted, "3 honorable envoys, even if you are from the West Chu, please remember that this is the territory of the Bayou country. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." In the imperial capital of the Bayou country, under the feet of the emperor, no one is allowed to act recklessly. The 3 of them looked at each other with fearless expressions on their faces. They lifted the reins of their horses and charged forward, completely ignoring the captain of the city gate guards in front of them. That captain of the city gate guards was also swift and fierce. He did not run away and shouted, "You dare to break through the city gate, kill without mercy." He pulled out the blade from his waist and called out. Instantly, the city guards on the left and right responded. They all pulled out their weapons and went to greet those 3 horses. Although they had shouted to kill without mercy, these guards had a tacit understanding. They all attacked the horses and did not attack the people on the horses. Only, the strength of these 3 people was much higher than these city gate guards. That person in the front raised the long whip in his hand and swung it casually. One only heard waves of crisp pa-pa-pa sounds. On the face of a dozen city gate guards, a bloody red whip mark had appeared. With a loud laugh, he threw out the long whip again. Like a poisonous dragon, it curled toward the neck of that captain. He laughed evilly. "You dare to say the words kill without mercy to me. With these 3 words, I will let you die 10 times over." After he had finished speaking, he shook the whip and already wrapped it around that captain of the city gate guards. This captain's strength was also at stage 6 of the genuine martial realm. When he was wrapped around by this whip, he could not avoid it and was directly wrapped around his neck. He did not have the strength to fight back. The rider on the horse laughed loudly. With a move of his arm, he had already raised the long whip and directly threw it at the tall city gate that was several feet wide. If this throw landed, even if one's body was made of steel, it would still be smashed to pieces. Amidst the exclamations, a figure suddenly floated out. Like lightning, he pulled with one hand. When the captain of the city gate guard's body was less than 3 feet away from the city wall, his body was pulled back. With a light lift, he was put back on the ground. That person's hand casually reached out and grabbed that ghost-like whip shadow. The captain of the guards at the city gate had just escaped death and was drenched in cold sweat. He stood to the side and was still in a state of shock. However, he waved the saber in his hand and shouted, "All the guards at the city gate, come down. Send someone to inform the captain that someone has broken through the city gate." After he had finished speaking, he bowed to the person who had saved him. "Thank you for coming to the rescue. I dare not ask for your advice." Of course, the person who had made the move was Qin Wushuang, who had been watching from the side. "No need to make a big fuss," Qin Wushuang said lightly. "You stand to the side." When that captain saw Qin Wushuang's extraordinary temperament, he already had some respect inwardly. He knew that this person should be an elite warrior from the Bayou country. Inwardly, he also felt slightly reassured. With an elite warrior from the country present, it would be easy to handle. Qin Wushuang raised his head and looked at that person who had thrown out the whip coldly. "Is your guest from the West Chu this tyrannical and overbearing?" That rider glanced at Qin Wushuang with an arrogant attitude and asked casually, "And who are you?" Qin Wushuang did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and nodded. "Don't ask who I am. Who are you, and whose signboard are you carrying? You dare to be so arrogant at the gate of the imperial capital of the Bayou country?" To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 178. The rider laughed coldly but did not answer Qin Wushuang's question. Instead, he said in a cold tone, "I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I guarantee that you'll be miserable." "How miserable?" Qin Wushuang asked with a cold smile. "I'll exterminate your entire family." As soon as the rider finished speaking, he activated all the strength in his body and pulled the long whip back, intending to throw Qin Wushuang away. However, when he activated his strength, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. The rider's expression changed slightly. He activated his whip 3 times in a row. Each time he activated his whip, his strength increased. At the last time, he used almost all the strength in his body, but he still did not move. He only pulled the long whip until it was as straight as a spear. "I'll also count to 3. Get off your horse obediently and apologize to the guards at the city gate." "Brat, you're so arrogant." Before Qin Wushuang could finish speaking, the 2 riders behind the man rushed over. One on the left and one on the right, they both held long whips in their hands. They smashed them toward Qin Wushuang. The cultivation of these 3 people was obviously not to be underestimated. The 2 on the left and right were both at stage 7 of the genuine force. The one in the middle whose whip was being pulled by Qin Wushuang was at stage 8 of the genuine force. The actions of these 3 people were obviously not as simple as a simple conflict. Qin Wushuang coldly watched for a moment. He knew that these 3 people were deliberately causing trouble. There was a deeper reason behind it. Therefore, when he saw the whips of the 2 people on the left and right coming at him, he only sneered. His body gently curled up and his hands grabbed the whips of the 2 people. He gently raised his right hand and grabbed the 3 whips in his hand. He sneered, "Since you don't want to get off your horses, I'll have to do it myself." He activated the strength in his arm and shouted, "Up!" He raised his hand and flung it outward. The force of this fling immediately lifted the bodies of the 3 people. He actually followed the same pattern and smashed the bodies of the 3 people against the city wall. Fortunately, the 3 of them reacted quickly. They immediately let go of the long whip in their hands, and their bodies broke free from the long whip. They rolled in the air, and the tips of their feet stepped on the city wall. Finally, a portion of the powerful force was dissipated. Even so, when they landed on the ground, their legs were still unstable, and they landed heavily on the ground. The bones in their legs were all broken. The force of Qin Wushuang's throw had dissipated a portion of their power, but the force of the fall had still shattered their leg bones. It could be seen how tyrannical the force of this throw was. Qin Wushuang had only used the strength of the peak of the Hutian realm. He didn't even use the slightest bit of Xiantian power. If he had used Xiantian power, the 3 of them wouldn't even have the time to react, and would have directly fallen to their deaths on the city wall, splattering blood and flesh all over the ground. Qin Wushuang did not let them off. He took a step forward and used his divine power to grab the reins of the 3 tall horses. He swung them 3 times in a row, and each time he swung them, his speed was extremely fast. He swung them 3 times in a row, almost as if he had completed a single movement. Only the sound of 3 people colliding with each other could be heard. Nay, accompanied by the muffled sound of impact and the miserable cries of the horses. The 3 tall horses had already crashed onto the thick city wall and left 3 giant blood marks. After they had made contact with the city wall, they fell to the ground, splattered with blood and flesh. All of their internal organs had been shattered, and blood had formed a river on the ground. Qin Wushuang only sneered and looked at those 3 people. "Remember, this is the Bayou country, not your West Chu. When you are at the Bayou country, you must follow the rules of the Bayou country. Put away all the tyrannical ways you used to act in the West Chu." Around the city gate, a wave of cheers emerged. Including the onlookers, they were extremely dissatisfied with the tyrannical behavior of these 3 envoys from the West Chu. Now, naturally, they cheered when they saw them suffer. All of them raised their thumbs to Qin Wushuang. That captain of the city gate guards even came over and saluted again. "Thank you for your righteousness. I gave you a choice, and you didn't apologize. This is called refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Qin Wushuang said with a cold voice, "Tie them up." Although those city gate guards did not know the exact identity of Qin Wushuang, they knew that for sure, he was an elite warrior with a high status in the Bayou country. Instantly, they did not hesitate and tied those 3 together like a giant dumpling. Qin Wushuang nodded, "You guys clean up, I will take these 3 into the city. Let their master come and take them in. I want to see what kind of tyrannical master can raise such a rampant and arrogant dog." As he spoke, he dragged the 3 of them into the city gate. That captain of the city gate guards looked at Qin Wushuang's back as he entered the city. Now, he remembered that they had not finished the identity check before entering the city. However, at this moment, he would not disappoint and check the identity of the elite warrior from his country. At this moment, would there still be a need to check the identity of the elite warrior who was willing to punish the evil guests from the West Chu? "Boss, who is this elite warrior from the Bayou country?" Such strong temperament, such powerful moves. One of the guards came up and asked curiously. That captain also had a lingering fear as he sighed, "It would be great if I knew who he was. Regardless of who he is, for sure he is a super elite warrior from the Bayou country. From his appearance, he seems to be very young. For the true elite warrior, how could you tell his age from his appearance? Anyways, let's not guess. For sure, there will be more to this matter. Let's wait a little longer if you want to know his identity." That captain instructed, "Everyone, hurry and clean up this floor of flesh and blood." Those guards all responded and started to move. They all exclaimed in admiration as they looked at the dead bodies of the horses on the ground. This person was too powerful. With just one hand, he had pulled the horses into the air and smashed them into the city wall. How much strength did he have to do this? Qin Wushuang dragged those 3 people along the way as if he was dragging a dead dog. He had deliberately made a big scene and his goal was self-evident. He wanted to scare out the master behind these 3 people. It was clear that the envoys sent by the West Chu were not just these few servants. Apparently, these 3 people were the type of people who only knew how to stir up trouble. They would never be able to bear the responsibility of being an ambassador to a country. Qin Wushuang estimated that the West Chu had sent people over because of the conflict between the Great Wu and the Bai Yu. If he had guessed correctly, for sure, this West Chu had come with the intention of looting a burning house. When Tong Yang was at the Stargaze Palace, he had received a secret report from his family. It mentioned that the Great Wu and the 3 upper subordinate countries within the Great Luo Empire had been flirting with each other and calling each other brothers. Initially, this West Chu was one of the 3 upper subordinate countries. In all aspects, their national power had surpassed the Bai Yu. For sure, they had not come with good intentions. Inside the imperial study room in the Bai Yu royal palace, Emperor He was receiving the special envoy from the West Chu. This special envoy was the younger brother of the Emperor of the West Chu. The surname of the Emperor of the West Chu was Mi. The name of this younger brother was Mi Zhongye. He was also a powerful figure in the West Chu and highly valued by the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have already explained my brother's intentions in detail. Considering that our 2 countries have always lived in peace, there was not much awkwardness. This time, when the Great Wu invited us, the West Chu had intended to avoid it. As long as you are willing to give up half of the mining rights of the Lotus Flower Mountain, we will refuse the invitation from the Great Wu. If you are willing to give up all the mining rights of the Lotus Flower Mountain, then the West Chu can also persuade the other 2 upper subordinate countries. Inwardly, Emperor He of the Bai Yu was extremely annoyed. Clearly, they had come to rob him openly. The Lotus Flower Mountain had always been the territory of the Bai Yu. Although it shared a border with the West Chu, it had always belonged to the Purple Flame territory. Currently, not only did the West Chu covet the rich mineral resources of the Lotus Flower Mountain, they also had the ambition to annex it. How could this not infuriate him? This time, the Great Wu had invited the other 3 subordinate countries and claimed that they would form a brotherhood to conquer the Bai Yu together. Using this opportunity, of course, the West Chu would not miss this great opportunity to take advantage of them. They had sent out a special envoy to bargain with the Bai Yu. They would sit on the fence and reap the benefits. If the Bai Yu country agreed to this humiliating request, it would be a small matter to lose their power and humiliate the country. Most likely, in the future, everyone would want to take a bite out of the Bai Yu country as a big piece of fat meat. Thus, no matter what, they must not set this precedent. Seeing Emperor He remaining silent, that Mi Zhongye was not in a rush. He said with a smile, "This time, the 2nd martial saint of the West Chu has also come. Now, he is practicing with the martial saint of the Bai Yu at the martial saint mountain of your country. I wonder if you are having a good time?" Another threat. Not only had he sent his younger brother, he had even sent the martial saint. Although only the 2nd martial saint had come, everyone knew that to become a martial saint, he must be an upper sky realm warrior. The reason why the West Chu was so strong was because they had 3 imperial martial saints. This time, since the 2nd martial saint had come, his strength would not lose to the martial saint of the Bai Yu. After all, Emperor He was the ruler of a country. At this crucial moment, of course, he would not be intimidated by a few words. He said lightly, "Marquis Mi, the Lotus Flower Mountain has always been a part of the Bai Yu. It is also one of the mines that the Bai Yu relies on to survive. There is no reason to give it away. Once we give it away, the Bai Yu will lose at least 1/5 of our income. For this matter, I cannot agree no matter what." Mi Zhongye said with a smile, "Your Majesty, your answer makes it difficult for me to explain it to my family. This time, my royal brother had worked hard for your Bai Yu because he did not want to cause any more conflicts and invasions. This time, the Great Wu is full of ambition. I believe that you must have felt it, right? Since ancient times, the Bai Yu has never been on good terms with the Great Wu. It's not strange that the Great Wu would not give up on destroying the Bai Yu. And the Bayou has always been on good terms with your country. We have never been enemies. If the West Chu is willing to work hard for the Bayou, I would not dare to ask for this favor. However, it's difficult for me to agree to cede our land. Firstly, I would not be able to explain it to the people of the country. Secondly, when I go to the underworld, I would not have the face to face my ancestors. Your Majesty, there are important and urgent matters. If a few upper subordinate countries had reached an agreement, once the army arrived, it would be like the wind sweeping away the scattered clouds. I am afraid that your Bayou would not be able to survive. By that time, the people would be in an abyss of misery and suffering. You would not be able to protect your country and your ancestors. Although Mi Zhongye's words were a threat, it had explained the current difficult situation the Bayou was in. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 179. He was only a marquis of the West Chu. Although he held a high position and was highly valued by the emperor, he was only a marquis. Initially, with his identity, he was not on the same level as Emperor He. Now, not only had he bargained with the emperor, he had also spoken with such a rude tone. Of course, all of this had caused Emperor He to hold his breath. The Bayou country was founded on martial arts and had also encountered life and death situations. However, no one had ever dared to threaten the emperor of the Bayou with such shameless words like this Mi Zhongye. And he had spoken with such a frivolous tone. Although Emperor He could endure it, it did not mean that he could endure everything. After hearing Mi Zhongye's words, his expression instantly turned cold. Marquis Mi, the grudge between the Bayou and the Great Wu is a long-time enemy. Of course, there is nothing to say when the two countries are at war. However, it does not mean that other countries are qualified to get involved and loot a burning house. Don't forget, you and I are both upper subordinate countries. Before the Great Luo Empire, there is a place to reason. Even if you are on the same side, do you really think that the Great Luo Empire is blind and deaf and cannot see through your ambitions? Although the Great Luo Empire allows a pair of long-time enemies to settle their grudge, it does not mean that they will also allow you to get involved. Emperor His words made sense. Usually, the Great Luo Empire would not get involved with the grudges between their subordinate countries. However, it did not mean that they had no principles and would tolerate all problems. At least, the matter between the Great Wu and the Bayou should be settled between these two countries. If a third party wanted to get involved, they might not be able to bypass the Great Luo Empire. Your Majesty, this way, you would rather die a broken jade than live in dishonor. Mi Zhongye laughed coldly and still spoke with an unrestrained tone. Emperor, he said angrily, I will not give an inch when it comes to matters of the country. Marquis Mi, everything else is negotiable. However, I cannot agree to cede my land. I will not be that prodigal son, and I will not be that monarch that humiliates the country. In the worst case, I will fight this case to the Great Luo Empire and deal with it until the end. Mi Zhongye laughed coldly. Okay, if that's the case, don't blame the West Chu for kicking you when you are down. Emperor, his face turned ashen. Men, send the guests out. Mi Zhongye waved his hand. No need. I can walk on my own. Emperor He, let this prince give you a piece of advice. Although it's a cliché, it's priceless advice. A wise man submits to circumstances. When that time comes, it will be too late for regret. Emperor, he sneered and said, since ancient times, there has never been an everlasting country. The rise and fall of a country is the law of nature. If this is the fate of my Bayou country, the descendants of the He family will do their best to serve the country with a clear conscience. Taking a step back, even if my Bayou falls, how long can you guarantee that your West Chu will survive? There's no other reason. There's only one thing I can say in return: let's fight to the death and break up. If you want to take an inch of land from my Bayou country, then you must be prepared to use the blood of your warriors as a sacrifice. If you want to invade the territory of the Bayou country, then you must be prepared to let blood flow like a river. Emperor, he waved his sleeves and shouted again, send the guests out. Mi Zhongye walked out angrily. Inwardly, he cursed Emperor He for not understanding the current situation. Inwardly, he started to think about how to add fuel to the fire and persuade his brother to agree to the alliance request from the Great Wu. They would attack the Baiyu together and take over their territory. Just as he walked out of the imperial study room, one of his subordinates turned around from the corridor and ran up with an anxious expression. "Marquis, something has happened." Mi Zhongye was not in a good mood. What happened? That subordinate whispered a few words into his ear. Mi Zhongye's expression changed slightly as he shouted in a low voice, "Which city gate? When did it happen?" "Not long ago, at the North City Gate." "Preposterous. Have you investigated thoroughly? What is the background of this person?" "We are still investigating. Currently, there is no definite information. Only, that person swaggered and checked into an inn. It seemed to be a provocation. He hung the three of them on the crossbeam of the roof and let the passers-by watch. Now, the entire city is talking about this matter. It's already the talk of the town." Mi Zhongye was enraged. "Outrageous. Outrageous. This is too much." At this time, Emperor He also pretended to walk out of the imperial study room. Previously, he had eavesdropped from the door and learned that people from the West Chu had encountered a problem. Inwardly, he felt happy. Inwardly, he thought that whoever was so considerate and taught these people a lesson should be rewarded. When that Mi Zhongye saw Emperor He said with a displeased tone, "Your Majesty, my West Chu had traveled thousands of miles to visit your country. I didn't expect your Baiyu to bully us. How dare you injure my subordinates and kidnap them? How preposterous. Your Majesty, please give me an explanation on how to deal with this matter." Emperor He said pretentiously, "Such a thing happened? How could it be fake?" Mi Zhongye had a belly full of anger. If he didn't fear the other party's territory, he would have exploded already. Even so, his tone was already unfriendly. Inwardly, Emperor He felt happy. "Yet," he said, "for sure, there must be a misunderstanding. My Baiyu has always treated people with courtesy and respect. Even if we were to make a move, we would use peaceful means before resorting to force. We would never act recklessly and bully people." On the surface, his words sounded as if he was defending himself. In fact, he was implying that the people of the West Chu were barbarians who did not understand etiquette and were tyrannical. "Humph, since your Majesty has said it this way, I will go get them myself. If there are some conflicts, please don't blame me." These words meant that if I had injured your people, don't blame me for not showing mercy. "Marquis Mi, if there are any conflicts or misunderstandings, I will solve them for you. If there are conflicts, I am afraid that they would hurt your body. How could I feel at ease?" These words sounded like a mediator, but in fact, weren't they adding fuel to the fire? It was as if he was certain that Marquis Mi would lose. As soon as he said these words, the fire in Mi Zhongye's belly surged even more. He gave a cold sneer, "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about my safety. I only hope that when I make a move without knowing the severity, you can understand." After he had finished, without waiting for Emperor His reaction, he waved his hand and left quickly with his subordinates. The imperial guards on both sides wanted to stop him, but Emperor He stopped them with a glance. When Mi Zhongye left with his people, Emperor He immediately ordered, "Immediately send the order to the Taiyuan of Goguryeo and the Purple Flame territory to the northeast and northwest border. They are to strengthen their defense and prepare for war. The other territories must also be on high alert. The entire country must enter a state of war. Yes. Send someone to investigate who had captured Mi Zhongye's subordinates. Did they come from the Marshal Saint Mountain? Yes." After he had finished delegating, Emperor He did not stop his footsteps and immediately walked outside. He must act. The life and death of the Baiyu country was at hand and he could not afford to be careless. Surrounded by a group of subordinates, that Mi Zhongye arrived at the inn where Qin Wushuang was staying like a whirlwind, like a dragon and his horse like a tiger. Currently, the entire street of that inn was filled with people. Apparently, they were here to watch the show. Each of these people pointed their fingers and discussed animatedly. "I heard that these three people are villains from the Great Wu. This time, They came to cause trouble at the Bayou country. They were caught by the royal elite warriors and hung here. They should have been hung lower. I really want to go up and spit. The Great Wu has always been our biggest enemy. What kind of good intentions could they have when they came to our country? That's right, everyone used stones to smash them to death. I say, all of you, calm down. What Great Wu? They are from the West Chu. Do you know the West Chu? What does it have to do with the Great Wu? West Chu? Does the West Chu have any diplomatic relationship with the Bayou? It's not a diplomatic relationship, but we have never had any conflicts. I heard that this time, people from the West Chu did not come with good intentions. They wanted to loot a burning house. These 3 people had caused trouble at the city gate and almost killed the guards. That's why this elite warrior had taken them down and hung them here as an example to the public. What? Killed the guards? Such audacity. Darn it. They should be hung like this. I say, we should hang them at the city gate and leave their bodies there for 3 days. Let them dry. Get lost, get lost. A few thunderous sounds came from afar. Next, a wave of whips opened the road. A group of vicious-looking riders surrounded Mi Zhongye. Mi Zhongye wore a purple crown and a purple python robe. A jade belt was wrapped around his waist as he paid particular attention to his ostentation. As he rode closer, the bystanders on both sides were separated by the whips. They all looked at this group of people with surprise. Apparently, anyone with a discerning eye could recognize that this wealthy king was not from the Bayou country. Since he was not from the Bayou, he had acted so arrogant and tyrannical. Along the way, he used the horsewhip to open the road and was even more vicious than the royal family. Naturally, these people were confused. Who is this person? Someone whispered. Who knows? Anyways, he is not from the Bayou. That Mi Zhongye rode downstairs of the inn and shouted, "Archers!" Suddenly, an archer stepped out from the group of horses. He pulled the bow and aimed at the rope that was holding the 3 people. Then, he pulled the bowstring and shot. Not only was this arrow accurate, it was also used with great precision. It was neither too light nor too heavy. If he used it well, he could break the rope and hang the 3 people down. When this arrow was shot, it pierced through the air and went directly to the rope. Just when it was 3 feet away, suddenly, an object shot out from the window. Although it was shot later, it arrived first. Ding! That object collided with the body of the arrow and emitted a crisp sound. It had hit that arrow and stopped the force. Instantly, it could not move forward and fell to the ground. When he looked closely, that object that had hit the ground was a chopstick. From that posture, it seemed that this chopstick had been thrown out by a human. To be able to deflect the arrow that was shot out by a human hand, this strength, this speed, this accuracy, even Mi Zhongye couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He waved his hand and stopped the archer's action of drawing another arrow. He gathered his strength and shouted, "Who are you? Do you dare to come out and meet me?" On the top floor of the inn, there was a cold snort. "Who are you? Tell me your name. If you are a nobody, get lost immediately. Otherwise, under the rope, you will be tied up together." When this was said, Mi Zhongye's face flashed red. He was furious and was about to explode. He always thought that he was arrogant, but he did not expect that there was someone even more arrogant here. P.S. Sorry, I had to go out this afternoon because of an unexpected incident. Therefore, I did not write any chapters. Therefore, I can only update 3 chapters today. I owe everyone a chapter. Tomorrow, I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. How about it? Tomorrow's update will definitely be massive. It will definitely be a huge explosion that has never happened in this month. Brothers, you have seen Li Tian's character. When he says he will explode, he will definitely not be careless. Tomorrow, everyone will witness it from the morning until the evening. How many chapters will there be in total? Everyone will count when the time comes. Haha. In order to prepare for tomorrow's explosion, brothers, please unpack your bags and vote a few monthly votes for this book to warm up for tomorrow's explosion. Tomorrow, we will definitely not disappoint our brothers. Monthly votes, Li Tian really needs them. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 180. He was the king of the West Chu. In the West Chu, besides the three martial saints and the current emperor, he was the fifth most powerful figure in the country. When he went to the Bayou country, he had considered himself as an upper country. Unexpectedly, he had suffered setbacks in the Bayou country. It made him extremely angry. In his usual logic, the Bayou country was only a weak middle-ranking subordinate country. Although they had recently become an upper-ranking subordinate country, compared to the West Chu, the old upper-ranking subordinate country, the Bayou was nothing. At the royal palace, Emperor He of the Bayou had rejected his request. This had already made him extremely annoyed. Now, under the public eye, he was being looked down upon. How could he tolerate this? Before he went on the trip, the Emperor of the West Chu and the number 1 martial saint had both given him a decree. They had asked him to maintain a strong attitude and beat the dog while it was down. He must get the rights to the Lotus Flower Mountain. Not only had Mi Zhongye failed, now, even his subordinates had been captured and used as a demonstration on the street. It made him feel that the West Chu had been seriously challenged. He waved his hand and a row of archers rushed up like wolves and tigers. In total, there were 16 people and each of them was above stage 7 of the genuine force. When such elite warriors shot together, the power would be unimaginable. This time, the subordinates that Mi Zhongye had brought with him were all carefully selected. Although there were not many of them, they were extremely valiant and had astonishing combat power. Ignorant scoundrel, if you don't come out, I promise that no one in this inn will be left alive. No one will be left alive. Mi Zhongye yelled, archers, get ready. Yes. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky above the inn. Qin Wushuang walked out and sat on the railing of the corridor lazily. He sized Mi Zhongye from head to toe. Looking at your dressing, you must be from the royal family of the West Chu? Ignorant junior, this is the king of the West Chu. Even the emperor of the He family of the Bayou must show some respect when he sees him. The expressions of the people who were watching from both sides changed when they heard these words. Indeed, he is from the West Chu. And he is the king of the royal family. There was a lot of discussion, but they couldn't help but move back. Obviously, they were worried that they would be caught in the crossfire. But some valiant martial artists were all secretly clenching their fists, feeling indignant. In the imperial capital of the Bayou country, these vile people from the West Chu had acted tyrannically. Indeed, they were abominable. Some busybodies heard that there was a good show to watch, so they all ran over. Among them, naturally, there were the busybodies who came to watch the show at the Phoenix Perch restaurant last time. From afar, they saw the person sitting at the top of the inn. Even though he gave people an ethereal feeling, his silhouette was vaguely familiar. Moreover, the temperament of his movements was also quite familiar. This young man seems to be the one who caused a ruckus at the Phoenix Perch restaurant last time. TSK, now that you mention it, I do have an impression of it. There's a good show to watch this time. Someone who can defeat even the imperial uncle must be extraordinary. I heard that the one that caused trouble last time was Marquis Wushuang of the Heavenly Royal Mansion. Marquis Wushuang. Yes, that's him. These busybodies were indescribably excited as they watched from afar. The fact that an elite warrior from their own country had stepped out to fight against the villains from the West Chu made them feel extremely proud. Even the blood in their bones was boiling. They only hated that they were not strong enough. Or else, they would have gone up to lend a hand. After all, they were fighting for their country and for the honor of the Bayou country. Unconsciously, these bystanders' impression of Qin Wushuang had also increased. Of course, Mi Zhongye did not know Qin Wushuang's exact identity. When he saw Qin Wushuang remaining calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, he also became more vigilant. He knew that for sure, the other party had something to rely on since he dared to act so recklessly. Either he had great strength, or he had someone powerful supporting him from behind. This young man did not seem to be more than 20 years old. How powerful could he be? For sure, he had someone backing him. And most likely, this backing came from the Zhenwu holy place of the Baiyu country. Although the West Chu did not put the Zhenwu holy place in their eyes, he could not help but be careful when he was on the other party's territory. There is the so-called saying of how a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. This kid is acting so carefree, I am afraid he is scheming something. However, I cannot let down my guard. Instantly, he asked coldly, "Young man, call your elders out. Let's talk face to face. My subordinates do not have a good temperament. If they make a move and do not leave a way out, it would be too late to regret." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang found it funny. My elders. If I call them out, it would be strange if you were not scared to death. You are a marquis from a subordinate country. Could you be more powerful than the old devil Ji Yin? Immediately, he said with a mocking tone, "You are not even qualified to meet my juniors. Marquis am I. Are you the one in charge of this diplomatic trip to the Baiyu country?" "I am the one in charge," Mi Zhongye said angrily. "Okay, I am looking for you." Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's face darkened. "These 3 slaves are your dogs, right?" As soon as Qin Wushuang said these words, all the subordinates behind Mi Zhongye changed their expression. Each of them glared at Qin Wushuang with murderous eyes. Apparently, they wanted to skin him alive. However, Qin Wushuang did not care. He only looked at Mi Zhongye with a mischievous smile. "These 3 are my subordinates. Young man, I don't care who ordered you or who is supporting you. Since you have already done this, you must pay the price. The emperor of the Baiyu country could not save you, and neither could that one from the martial Saint Mountain." From Mi Zhongye's tone, there was already uncontrollable anger. "Ha ha ha." Qin Wushuang let out a long laugh. "I haven't even asked you for your responsibility, and you are already putting on airs. Only, who told you that I was ordered by someone, and who told you that I needed someone to save me?" Mi Zhongye laughed coldly. "This way, you have no one to order you, and no one to back you up. These 3 guys provoked me at the city gate and beat up the guards. I just happened to pass by and took them down. As a member of the Baiyu country, this is my duty. Why would I need someone to order me? Stop talking nonsense. These 3 vicious dogs bullied people. Tell me how you want to deal with them. Kid, you will regret this." Mi Zhongye's face darkened. He made a hand gesture and 16 archers already raised their arms and pulled their bows. With one order, arrows would shoot out like a swarm of locusts. If Qin Wushuang was still at the pre-sky realm, he would feel some pressure when facing 16 archers who were above stage 7 of the genuine force. Now, how could the attacks from these pre-sky realm warriors threaten him? He did not even look at them with a smile and asked coldly, "This way, you are planning to cover for them to the end, right? Shoot. Kill without mercy," Mi Zhongye ordered. The bowstrings made a buzzing sound. Instantly, arrows shot out like a storm. Don't underestimate the 16 people. Each of these people were proficient with bows and arrows. They shot out arrows in succession as if they were shooting out in one breath. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of arrows were shot. Qin Wushuang laughed and pulled the rope in his hand. Instantly, those 3 people who were hanging high in the air dropped down. They blocked the arrows from the left and right. Only a puff 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 sound could be heard. These hundreds of arrows had all landed on the bodies of those 3 people. Instantly, those 3 did not even have the time to cry out before they were shot like hedgehogs by their friends. Qin Wushuang still looked at ease. He swayed the rope in his hand lightly as if he was holding a moving target. Although it did not appear to be fast, it could catch all the arrows. When he revealed this move, all the bystanders from the Baiyu country cheered. Apparently, they were completely stunned by Qin Wushuang's cool move. It was too cool. They had never imagined that one could use such a method to block the arrows. And he did it so easily as if he was playing around. Yet, it was accurate and did not allow any arrow to pass through that moving target. This method had made those martial artists admire him. Powerful, indeed, powerful. This is what it means to be bold. No wonder he is an offspring of the royal family, a young marquis. Haha, what do you guys know? Marquis Wushuang is now a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. If it weren't for him, could our Bayou have become an upper subordinate country? Ah! So it was Marquis Wushuang's contribution that allowed us to become an upper subordinate country. These people discussed in a low voice and were all extremely excited. There was a feeling of exaltation and elation. In the past, people of the Bayou country had always kept a low profile before the West Chu. They felt inferior to them. And today, finally, they had experienced the feeling of being on equal footing. This was a scene that could make one's blood boil. Marquis Wushuang. He had done it. Before the villains of the West Chu, he had won the dignity of the Bayou country. When Mi Zhongye saw this situation, his lungs were about to explode from anger. He knew that if they continued to shoot, it would only make him lose face. To take this person's life, he would need to send elite warriors to attack. He waved his hand and stopped the archers from shooting. Then, he shouted in a low voice, "Left and right protectors, prepare to attack." Those left and right protectors were super warriors at stage 9 of the genuine force. When they heard the order, they walked up from the left and right and answered, "Yes, archers, cover them." As soon as he gave the order, they were about to attack. At this moment, a sound of a gong came from the other side of the street. A group of golden armor army in bright armor flew over while surrounded by a dragon flag. Royal Army. Those people who were watching the show on the street all drew a breath of cold air. The Royal Army had come out and surrounded by the dragon flag. This meant that most likely, the Emperor had arrived. Indeed, under the dragon flag, the Emperor had arrived. Emperor he rode on a yellow horse and appeared majestic. He put on his armor and went into battle. He shouted, "Marquis Mi, please wait, I will resolve the conflict for you." After losing 3 of his subordinates, Mi Zhongye's anger had reached its peak. He shouted coldly, "Emperor he, it's too late to be a peacemaker. For today's matter, the moon will not be full. P.S. The explosion begins, this is the first chapter. Today, there will be a few chapters. Let's not talk about it for now, it will continue until the end. If everyone is satisfied, then give me your ticket. Next chapter, around 11 o'clock. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 181. For today's matter, the moon would not be full. These were the harsh words left by Mi Zhongye. The expression of that emperor he changed drastically. In the imperial capital of the Bayou country, a place under his feet, this Mi Zhongye did not give him any face. This made him, the emperor, feel humiliated. Just when he was about to speak, suddenly, one of his bodyguards whispered into his ear. After emperor he heard the words, his expression changed slightly. He raised his head and looked up at the inn with surprise. "Marquis Wushuang?" "Emperor," he whispered in his throat. "I am not wrong, it's him. Initially, when I followed the crown prince to the Qin manor to grant the title, I had a deep impression of him. He is back." From the tone of Emperor He, there was a trace of imperceptible joy. Others might not know, but as the emperor, he knew that Qin Wushuang was an upper sky warrior. He had killed an upper sky warrior. He was also the biggest reason why the Bayou country had become an upper subordinate country. He was the proud disciple of the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace. Emperor He was wondering if he should ask the martial saint of the Martial Saint Mountain to ask Qin Wushuang to come back and help. After all, without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. If the Bayou country did not exist, then naturally, the heavenly royal territory would not exist. He did not have much confidence in asking Qin Wushuang. After all, he was a disciple of the Stargaze Palace and held a much higher position than the martial saint. If he was not willing, he could take his people away and settle down in the Great Luo Empire. He would still have a place. Emperor He only hated himself for being too slow and not giving all of Prince Akaji's territory to the heavenly royal territory. He was regretting and worried about personal gains and losses. But unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang had returned to the Baiyu country. As the emperor, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Inwardly, he felt much calmer. With this guy back, the precarious fate of the Baiyu country will be delayed. Since Marquis Wushuang had returned to punish the villains of the West Chu, and Mi Zhongye wanted to fight, then what reason did he have to resolve this conflict? Since this Mi Zhongye does not know how to appreciate my kindness, I will make him suffer. He will also know that the Baiyu country is not without talent. Emperor, he was also annoyed by Mi Zhongye. Now, with the upper sky warrior from the Baiyu, he knew that they would not lose today's battle. Immediately, he said coldly, Marquis Mi, since you insist on doing things your own way, you will have to bear the consequences. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Mi Zhongye sneered, take responsibility. There is no harm in me taking responsibility for it. When the army invades the south in the future, can you, the He clan's emperor, bear the responsibility? Please reconsider. Emperor, his face turned cold. Under the gazes of thousands of people, this was the best time to win over the hearts of the people. He said loudly, Lord Mi, seeing that you are a guest from afar, I will give you some respect. If you remain stubborn and continue to threaten the Baiyu country to rob our mineral resources, then you would become the enemy of the 500 or 600 million citizens of the Baiyu country, and the entire Baiyu country. Even if all of you formed an alliance to attack the Baiyu can only fight to the death to protect our country. The powerful and resonant declaration carried the uncompromising determination. Instantly, waves of thunderous applause emerged from all around. Indeed, this emissary from the West Chu did not come with good intentions. When everyone from the Baiyu country heard the words of the emperor, each of them was filled with righteous indignation and grief. However, regardless of martial artists or ordinary civilians who had no martial arts skills, they were all extremely angry. The patriotism did not discriminate between the strong or the weak, and the seniors. Instantly, the words of the emperor made everyone's blood boil. They all swore, evil bandits from the West Chu, get out of the Baiyu country. Kill these evil bandits. Kill them. Each wave of scolding was louder than the previous one. Many people heard the news and quickly came to support them. In a moment, the surrounding streets were filled with people. Each of them declared that they would chop the bodies of those bastards from the West Chu into 10,000 pieces. Emperor, he felt extremely gratified when he saw that he could use the hearts of the people. He raised his arm and sent out his genuine chi. People of the Baiyu, although the Baiyu was founded on martial arts, we are a country of etiquette. When two countries become hostile, we will not kill the emissary. I have seen everyone's courage and determination. With such people's hearts, the Baiyu country will never be destroyed. We will never lower our heads to the evil forces. I swear with the name of my ancestors, the He royal family will only fight to the end. If the country lives, the country dies. We will never abandon the people of the Baiyu. We will live and die with you. Roar. Everyone, make way. Since I cannot mediate the grudge between Marquis Mi and the elite warriors of the Baiyu, I will let them solve it themselves. It's also good to let them know that the Baiyu is not without people. Roar. Qin Wushuang had been sitting leisurely on the top floor and carefully felt this fanatical atmosphere. Inwardly, he also felt emotional. Indeed, this world was full of wonders. Between people, there was strife and competition. However, when it came to the national interest, all the internal grudges and conflicts would be thrown to the back of their minds. All the gazes, all the hostility, all pointed to the same direction. United against the external enemy. Without the country, how could they talk about their homeland, and how could they talk about themselves? Now, the Baiyu country was in imminent danger as a storm was approaching. It was the time for everyone to hold their breath and unite against the external enemy. What was the use of being hot-blooded? It was time to serve the country. What was the use of being a martial artist? It was time to kill the enemy. Hearing Emperor his order, all the people cooperated and made way for him. Emperor, he said with a cold tone, Marquis Mi, I have something to say. For today's matter, I will not get involved and let you guys solve it yourselves. However, for all the people unrelated to this matter, If you hurt one of them, I swear I will pursue it to the end. By that time, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you kill one of my people, none of you will leave." He waved his hand and thousands of royal guards roared in unison. Their armors trembled and they waved their weapons high. Apparently, they were trying to intimidate the enemy. Zhongye had over 100 men under him, and they were all experts that he had picked out from thousands of people. However, under the encirclement of these thousands of royal guards, they would not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Regardless of how strong you were, could you be stronger than the royal guards protecting the royal palace? Besides, these thousands of people were only the vanguard. In the entire imperial capital, how could these thousands of royal guards be the only elite force? Emperor his move had already suppressed Zhongye's side. This was the wisdom of being the emperor of a country. And everything he had done, wasn't it to send a positive signal to Qin Wushuang, who was sitting on the top floor of the inn? Qin Wushuang smiled casually and still maintained a calm attitude. Zhongye nodded. "Emperor He, I will give you face. I will only kill the leader and not implicate the innocent. And you must also keep your promise and not interfere." "Okay." Zhongye nodded again and waved his hand. "Archers cover, left and right guards, attack." These left and right guards were elite warriors that had been taught by the second martial saint. Although they were not as powerful as the purple-robed great honored warrior, they were not inferior to the other 3 honored warriors in the Bayou country. With the order, the archers set up the formation and started to shoot again. The figures of the 2 protectors were like large eagles. With a shake of their hands, they had already leaped up. Under the cover of the sky full of arrows, they did not need to worry about Qin Wushuang's sneak attack. However, Qin Wushuang still showed a calm face. When those 2 elite warriors jumped up, he suddenly moved his right hand and pulled out a long whip from his waist. Like a snake or a dragon, the snake-shaped soft whip flew over like a ghost. It expanded into a dozen of circles and covered the heads of those 2. Indeed, these left and right guards were exceptional. When they saw the long whip coming, they did not show the slightest fear. They shook their arms and swept towards the long whip. It was obvious that they were wearing arm guards or something similar on their arms. Only, although they had swept with great strength, they realized that their strength had been swept away. The seemingly real shadow of the whip was in fact an illusion. Inwardly, they cursed. Suddenly, their waist sank and they felt a wave of giant binding power. They looked down and saw that the long whip had wrapped around their waist like a giant python. Qin Wushuang gave a light sneer and shook his wrist. Then, the bodies of the left and right guards flew towards each other uncontrollably. The speed was as fast as 2 cannonballs with unstoppable power. This time, it was as fast as a ghost and completely unexpected. With so many people watching, no one had seen how Qin Wushuang had made his move. They only felt the flickering shadow of the whip as if a ghost was moving. In the next moment, the 2 guards were bound by his long whip. They crashed into each other. Bang! With a muffled sound of impact, the bodies of the 2 guards bombarded each other mercilessly and let out a miserable sound. Like 2 wooden puppets, the 2 Stage 9 warriors of the genuine force were toyed with by each other. They did not have the slightest chance to resist and crashed into each other. How tyrannical was the power of this collision! Under the collision of the 2 guards, the 2 bodies became deformed at the same time. Blood and flesh splashed out from one of their faces. Their heads were completely deformed and squeezed out countless tofu-like white brain matter. The left and right guards were dead. Qin Wushuang did not show any mercy. He waved his whip and threw the 2 bodies toward Zhongye. He shouted, "Here you go." Zhongye's expression changed drastically. He finally knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. He kept stepping back to avoid the attack of the 2 bodies. Zhongye's face was bloodless as he gazed at Qin Wushuang with a face full of caution. If even the left and right guards could not block the power of the whip, then this opponent was too terrifying. Inside the Bayou country, who could do it? Besides the martial saint of the Martial Saint Mountain, even the purple-robed great honored warrior of the Zhenwu holy place could not do it. Could this person be the martial saint in disguise? Impossible. The second martial saint of the West Chu had already gone to the martial saint mountain. He would not have the time to come here, then this person. Mi Zhongye trembled with fear and already started to think of a way to escape. Author's note, Chapter 2 is here. Crazily begging for monthly votes. Today's goal is to hit 1,000 votes. Everyone must work together. Li Tian's update today will not disappoint everyone. For sure, he will let everyone have a good time. Hopefully, our warriors will also let Li Tian have a good time. The highest level is to make each other explode with pleasure. Maybe after lunch, maybe in the afternoon. I will not let everyone wait for too long. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 182. Am I, indeed, you did not come to my bayou with good intentions. You are here to add insult to injury, right? Qin Wushuang asked with a cold tone. Mi Zhongye was also a fierce person. Although he was suppressed by Qin Wushuang in terms of temperament, deep down, he was unwilling to admit defeat. He sneered, I am only here on orders. The ones who make the decision are the first martial saint and the emperor. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for adding insult to injury. Qin Wushuang let out a long laugh. Good. You are a bandit in the West Chu, and you are trying to be reasonable. You are using the first martial saint to oppress us? Not only the first martial saint, the second martial saint also came to your bayou. Now, he is at the martial saint mountain. I believe he will arrive soon. This was Mi Zhongye's way of comforting himself and protecting himself. He would use the name of the martial saint to suppress the other party and make them hesitate to attack. Only then, he could escape today. Only, his plan was completely wrong. When Qin Wushuang heard the name of the second martial saint, his face froze. Then, he nodded with a faint smile and mumbled to himself, it seems that you are only a pawn. The real figure is that second martial saint. Humph, even if he is the second martial saint, it would not be a problem for him to defeat your only martial saint. Or else, this time, it would be the first martial saint of the West Chu. Qin Wushuang nodded leisurely. This way, a martial saint and a marquis from the West Chu came together with the purpose of intimidating my bayou and forcing me to cede our territory, right? Mi Zhongye gave a cold sneer and silently agreed. Good, if that's the case, then you don't need to leave. As soon as Qin Wushuang finished speaking, he gave a long whistle and a wave of rich genuine qi gushed out. He still suppressed this genuine qi to the peak of the pre-sky realm and did not use his upper sky qi. Despite this, the power of this lion's roar instantly made Mi Zhongye's expression change. He knew that Qin Wushuang was about to attack. However, it was one thing for him to know, and another for him to resist. The group of subordinates only felt a buzzing sound in their heads. Suddenly, they felt as if their vision had turned black, and the world had turned dark. Their entire feet were floating, and they felt as if the world was spinning. In the next moment, Qin Wushuang shot down like a startled swan. With a wave of the long whip in his hand, he dodged the guards who tried to stop him. With a light flick of his wrist, the snake-shaped whip seemed to have been endowed with intelligence as it accurately wrapped itself around Mi Zhongye's waist. With a wave of Qin Wushuang's hand, Mi Zhongye flew into the air like a kite. He lost control of his body and waved his arms in despair. Qin Wushuang laughed out loud. His body had already landed on the horse that Mi Zhongye was riding earlier. He clamped his legs together and raised his voice, "Servants of West Chu, I will first spare your dog heads and immediately scram back to West Chu. If I'm late for even a moment, I'll have all of your heads rolling on the ground. I'll take your rice, Wang Ye. Later, ask your first martial saint to come and get him." His voice was like a thunderclap that rumbled continuously, and it shot ceaselessly towards the distance before vanishing in the end. Until Qin Wushuang had disappeared, Mi Zhongye's subordinates finally realized that the other party had taken their marquis. All of them became anxious and shouted to chase after them. Before they had taken a few steps, suddenly, "Emperor," he shouted, "if you guys don't leave now, I am afraid you will not have the chance to leave Baiyu. Now, this group of people remembered Qin Wushuang's warning before they left. If they did not leave for even a moment, their heads would roll. Since the other party dared to take the Marquis, for sure, they would do what they said. When they thought here, they knew it would be useless to chase after them. Thus, they rushed away and did not linger. Finally, from the side of the bayou, waves of cheers emerged. The sound of the cheers pierced through the sky. This scene was simply too awesome. It was simply too shocking. When the bayou faced the West Chu, when had they ever enjoyed such glory? Not only had they killed the enemy's elite warriors, they had even taken their Marquis. And they had done it to the extent that the other party was convinced and did not dare to make a sound. This was the temperament that could make people submit to it. Emperor He of the Bayou laughed and said in a clear voice, "People of the Bayou, this is the elite warrior of our Bayou, our martial spirit. We would rather break than bend and face the difficulties. Even if it were a strong enemy, we would not hesitate to fight to the end. After this battle, it will be the time for our Bayou to prosper. The Bayou will win, we will win. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Thunderous cheers spread across the four directions. At this moment, the emotions of these people at the scene had been pushed to the climax. The atmosphere had also reached its peak. Now, even if they had to climb a mountain of knives or dive into a sea of fire, as long as the Emperor of the Bayou gave the order, everyone would not hesitate. They would go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. For the country, they would not hesitate to die. For the country, they would not give up until the last drop of blood. Your Majesty, this time, Marquis Wushuang is heading towards the outside of the imperial capital. Could it be, he is going to the Martial Saint Mountain? One of his personal bodyguards asked in a low voice. Emperor He fixed his gaze into the distance and said with determination, "Immediately send out the decree, all of Prince Akaja's old territories will be under the rule of the Heavenly Royal Territory. Effective immediately. All levels of government and family powerhouses will listen to the order. The Heavenly Royal Mansion must not be suspicious. Those who disobey will be executed." Yes. It was a gesture to cater to Qin Wushuang and a gesture to express his attitude as the emperor. Only this way, it would allow Qin Wushuang to have a greater sense of belonging and identity to the Bayou country. And only this way, it would be the only way to ensure that the Bayou would not fall. Qin Wushuang dragged that Emizhongye and rushed out of the city at a fast speed. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. When they arrived at the city gate, when those guards saw Qin Wushuang leaving the city again, they sent off Qin Wushuang with even more respect. Qin Wushuang did not stop and rushed to the foot of the Martial Saint Mountain. Then, he dismounted from the horse. Since the terrain of the Martial Saint Mountain was dangerous, horses would not be able to go up. He could only walk. Qin Wushuang carried that Emizhongye and was about to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and used his upper sky chi. He felt that there were some remnants of upper sky chi in this place. However, this upper sky chi had not spread out yet. Apparently, it had not been here for long. The upper sky chi here could only belong to senior brother Chiu and the second martial saint of the West Chu. Which one of them is it? Qin Wushuang sensed carefully and could not tell. This upper sky chi did not carry any personal presence. After all, it was a remnant and could not be distinguished. Qin Wushuang stood for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he started to rush up the mountain. After passing through the dangerous cliffs and a few mountain valleys, he arrived before that big forest. Of course, Qin Wushuang ignored this forest completely. He directly passed through it. Along the way, there were remnants of upper sky chi everywhere. Some places were even denser. Apparently, a violent collision had occurred here. It seems that senior brother Chiu and that second martial saint of the West Chu had fought here. Without hesitation, Qin Wushuang passed through the forest and headed straight to the martial saint palace. Currently, the martial saint of the Bayou was inside the martial saint palace. His face was pale and he had suffered many serious injuries. He was trying his best to heal himself with his upper sky chi. Of course, These injuries were from the battle with the second martial saint of the West Chu. Fortunately, the other party had also suffered serious injuries. They were on the same level. Now, the second martial saint of the West Chu had left for a while and the martial saint was trying his best to heal himself. Suddenly, his ears moved and his entire body could not help but shiver. It was because he felt a wave of upper sky chi attacking him again. It was extremely rich and violent. How is it possible? The martial saint could not believe it. His injuries were not lighter than mine. How could he have healed in such a short time? Could it be that more than one martial saint had come from the West Chu? Inwardly, the martial saint felt a wave of sadness as he thought, could it be that the foundation of the martial saint mountain will not escape this disaster? Will the mountains and rivers of the bayou, and the common people, also not escape this disaster? Purple robe. The martial saint shouted. Here. The purple robe great honored warrior walked in from the outside with an anxious expression. Apparently, he had also felt this wave of upper sky chi approaching. Quickly organize everyone to evacuate from the martial saint mountain and leave through the cliff behind the mountain. No need to hesitate, sir. The purple robe great honored warrior hesitated. Indeed, he could not abandon the martial saint and leave. Don't hesitate, go, hurry, the martial saint said with a stern tone. Just when he was about to scold him, his face suddenly turned pale. It's too late, he has already passed through the forest and will arrive before the martial saint palace soon. When he said here, his tone was filled with doomsday emotions. At this time, a clear voice came from the outside. Senior brother Chiu, Qin Wushuang is here to visit. Qin Wushuang? The martial saint's face was filled with disbelief. Then, he became overjoyed. It's him. The purple robe great honored warrior was also overjoyed. Sir, Qin Wushuang is here, it's him. The martial saint was overjoyed as he sighed. With this guy back, the bayou will have nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a figure flashed before the palace as Qin Wushuang walked over. Senior brother Chiu, you are injured? Ha! Brother Wushuang, it's you. Colors of joy flashed across the martial saint's eyes. He was not only happy for the fate of the martial saint mountain, but also for the fate of the entire bayou country. The country is in trouble, I would not dare to not return. Qin Wushuang said seriously. Senior brother Chiu, is the person who injured you the second martial saint of the West Chu? The martial saint asked with surprise. How did you know? Ha, of course, I learned it from this person. He threw Mi Zhongye to the ground. This person is the younger brother of the West Chu. Today, I captured him. For sure, this person did not come to the bayou with good intentions. If I've guessed correctly, he is here to add insult to injury and loot a burning house, right? Senior brother Chiu is wise. Indeed, this West Chu is here to loot a burning house. They want the bayou to give up the mineral resources of the Lotus Flower Mountain. The West Chu is even more ambitious than the Great Wu. The martial saint gave a long sigh. Only, the West Chu is powerful and has 3 martial saints guarding it. Both I and that second martial saint were injured, and we could not keep him. After this battle, I am afraid that the West Chu will lead their army to the south and attack together with the Great Wu. The north and northeast of the bayou will bear tremendous pressure. The situation of the country is difficult, and the wind and rain are swaying. Author's note. By the way, today is the weekend, so I am going to add more essence. Everyone, please go to the book review and comment section. There will be a lot of essence. You guys should not waste that essence, haha. Of course, for the last few sentences with substance, don't just use an emoji, haha. Besides, there will be one more chapter in the afternoon. Tonight, there will be a lot of chapters. Please stay tuned. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There will be more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 183. When the 2 upper sky warriors gathered together, the atmosphere of the entire martial saint mountain became much more relaxed. Including the 4 honored warriors, everyone felt reassured. They had witnessed Qin Wushuang's legendary journey. They knew what Qin Wushuang's appearance meant to the current Baiyu country. Qin Wushuang used his upper sky qi to control the martial saint's injuries. When using the spiritual qi to heal injuries, the upper sky healed at a fast speed. Since the body's recovery ability was already strong, plus the help of the spiritual qi, the effect was great. After 2 hours, the martial saint's injuries had healed 60 to 70%. With some rest, he would be fully recovered in less than half a month. The martial saint slowly opened his eyes and complimented, "Wushuang, your strength has increased again. From the looks of it, us old fellows are going to be far ahead of you." The 4 honored warriors on the side all looked at each other in dismay as their hearts itched. They knew that Qin Wushuang was powerful. However, they did not expect that even the martial saint would admit his inferiority. It seemed that no wonder he was a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. After 3 days, they had to hold him in high esteem. Qin Wushuang said, "Senior brother Qiu, I wonder, what is the current situation? Can you explain?" The martial saint sighed, "I will not hide it from you. Indeed, the Baiyu country is facing enemies from both front and rear. Currently, with the West Chu stance, for sure, they want to interfere and wallow in the mire with the Great Wu. Although the attitude of the other 2 upper subordinate countries is unclear, apparently, the Great Wu is also actively contacting them. They want to form an alliance of 4 countries and attack the Baiyu together. Now, I only hope that they will not divide the spoils equally and cannot come to an agreement. Or else, the future of the Baiyu will be bleak." Qin Wushuang listened silently. He knew that the Great Wu and the Baiyu had always been mortal enemies. For example, the West Chu was an upper subordinate country and did not have much interaction with the Baiyu. The West Chu was the one that shared a border with the Baiyu. The other 2 upper subordinate countries did not share a border with the Baiyu. Thus, regarding the division of the spoils, there would be some weight. It would not be easy for the Great Wu to persuade the other 3 countries to participate. "Brother Qiu, I heard that the West Chu has 3 martial saints. Then how many Xiantian martial saints are there in the other 2 superior subordinate countries, the Ba Shu country and the Great Jin country?" Qin Wushuang did not know much about this information until now. The martial saint knew all of this information like the back of his hand, so he began to introduce it with great familiarity. Among the 3 subordinate countries, the West Chu country was the strongest country in the Great Luo Empire, with the largest territory and the most talented people. Of course, in terms of innate stage, there were originally only 2 of them. However, some time ago, another Hutian warrior broke through and became a Carnate warrior. That was how they managed to gain an overwhelming advantage. As for the Ba Shu country and the Great Jin country, although they were both high-ranked subordinate countries, they only had 2 martial saint. And since the Baiyu and the Great Wu are rising stars, each of them only has 1 upper sky martial saint. Yes, then among these martial saints, which country's martial saint is the strongest? For this question, Qin Wushuang also cared about it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The martial saint thought for a moment and said, "In terms of strength, without a doubt, 1 is the strongest. That is the number 1 martial saint in the West Chu. He has entered the upper sky realm for hundreds of years and is the strongest warrior closest to the middle stage of the spiritual martial force." Closest to the middle stage? Qin Wushuang laughed. This way, after all, he is not at the middle stage, right? The martial saint gave a long sigh. Throughout history, only a handful of subordinate countries could enter the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. Although he is powerful, in the end, it would not be easy for him to break into the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. After all, he is not young anymore. Age is unforgiving. Qin Wushuang nodded and more or less had some plans. Since he was not at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force, then everything would be easy. "Senior brother Qiu, in our Baiyu country, who is the person closest to the upper sky and has the most potential to break through?" The martial saint thought for a moment and answered, "In the younger generation of the Baiyu country, we also have a lot of talents. However, they have not reached stage 9 of the genuine force. Thus, I cannot see whether they have the potential to enter the upper sky. In terms of the current situation, of course, The one with the most potential would be the purple robe. As he said, he glanced at the purple robe great honored warrior and sighed, "Purple robe, you have followed me for many years. In the end, you were one step behind. If you had entered the upper sky, I am afraid that second martial saint from the West Chu would not have escaped. And the great Wu would not have dared to provoke the Bai Yu." The purple robe great honored warrior said with fear and trepidation, "Sir, it's my fault for not having enough potential." "You already have good potential. Only, to enter the upper sky, you need fortuitous opportunities. What you lack is not comprehension, but fortuitous opportunities. Keep working hard, perhaps one day, you will succeed when dripping water penetrates a stone." "Yes." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and said with a playful tone, "Fortuitous opportunities. Purple robe great honored warrior, now, I have a fortuitous opportunity. It will depend on whether you can grasp it or not." As he spoke, he took out an upper sky initial stage pill of the highest quality. The pill emitted waves of dazzling lights that made people not dare to look at it directly. The martial saint's expression froze as he said with surprise, "Upper sky initial stage pill?" And the purple robe great honored warrior had a face full of fanaticism. His eyes were full of joy and expectation. He looked at this pill with surprise, then at Qin Wushuang. Apparently, he had understood Qin Wushuang's intentions. "Purple robe, your good fortune, your good fortune." The martial saint laughed, "With this upper sky initial stage pill, in less than a month, you will be in the upper sky. Ha ha ha." The purple robe great honored warrior still found it hard to believe. He looked at Qin Wushuang worriedly. "Purple robe great honored warrior, ever since I stepped onto the path of martial arts, I have received a lot of care and support. For both public and private reasons, I should give this initial stage pill to you. This initial stage pill is extraordinary. It was made by a grandmaster of alchemy after collecting all 5 types of initial stage spiritual beast cores. Even if you are an ordinary person, you will be reborn after eating one. Purple robe great honored warrior, since you have already grasped the upper sky Tao, with this pill, you will not need any effort to reach the upper sky realm." The purple robe great honored warrior choked with emotion as tears flowed down his face. Upper sky, this dream that had been buried deep inside his heart for so many years, was it finally going to come true? "Purple robe, don't be so sentimental. Since junior brother Wushuang has spoken, this is your fortune. This is the good karma that you have accumulated. Now that you have received it, it is also karma." Under the scolding of the martial saint, the purple robe great honored warrior finally realized the light. He went up and took that upper sky initial stage pill with respect. Qin Wushuang instructed seriously, "Purple robe great honored warrior, this is a rare pill, you must cherish it. After you consume this pill, your upper sky potential will be much higher than ordinary upper sky warriors. I am giving you this pill for the fate of the Bayou country in the next few hundred years, and also to repay the support that the martial Saint Mountain has given me. Purple robe, do you understand Marquis Wushuang's intention?" "I understand. Marquis Wushuang wants me to take over the martial Saint Mountain and protect the future of the Bayou country. I will do my best and will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Take the pill." Under the supervision of the 2 upper sky warriors, the purple robe great honored warrior did not dare to neglect and took that initial stage pill. For a time, he only felt a wave of rich spiritual qi rush into his brain and merged with his dantian. As soon as this spiritual qi had merged, it started to travel through his entire body. Qin Wushuang said, "Initially, when ordinary martial artists aim for the upper sky realm, they must have the assistance of a golden core to strengthen their body. Only then could they endure the baptism of this upper sky initial stage pill. However, since the purple robe great honored warrior's body is strong enough, he can endure it even without the golden core." The martial saint could not help but nod and sigh. "This time, purple robe has a great fortune. I heard that the best upper sky initial stage pill is one that gathers all 5 basic attributes. I didn't expect you to have such a pill. Indeed, the Stargaze Palace is rich." Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. "I don't know if the Stargaze Palace is rich or not. Anyways, ever since I joined the sect, I did not receive any pills to upgrade myself. I got this golden core through a fortuitous opportunity. I am afraid I will not get another one. I see. After a moment, inside the Martial Saint Palace, suddenly, the upper sky chi emerged from the entire body of the purple-robed great honored warrior. The other three venerables immediately felt a strong pressure coming at them. Qin Wushuang and the Martial Saint looked at each other and smiled. They knew that this was a good sign. The spiritual chi from the upper sky initial stage pill had already started to work inside his body. It had started to resonate with the natural power from the outside world. Only the appearance of such resonance could produce such a huge upper sky pressure that made the other three honored warriors feel immense pressure. In their eyes, there were some astonishment, some envy, and more than that, there was a feeling of extreme fanaticism. Upper sky. Finally, the purple-robed great honored warrior has reached perfection and entered the upper sky. I just don't know if we will have such fortuitous opportunity in this lifetime. Qin Wushuang did not look sideways, yet he could feel the change in the mentality of the other three honored warriors. However, he did not plan to give out any more golden cores. Although he had 10 ordinary initial stage pills besides the supreme quality ones, any one of them could greatly increase their hopes of breaking into the upper sky. However, Qin Wushuang did not plan to give them out. After all, it would not be a good thing to give out too many pills at once. And most likely, it would not be a good thing to give out pills with different qualities. Most importantly, these three honored warriors' understanding of the upper sky was far less than the purple-robed great honored warrior. They did not experience the long and bitter journey of the purple-robed great honored warrior. Even if he gave them the upper sky initial stage pill, it might not guarantee that they would be able to enter the upper sky. The purple-robed great honored warrior's expression finally calmed down. He slowly inhaled and exhaled, and then opened his eyes. Congratulations, great honored warrior. The other three honored warriors all came forward to congratulate him. The purple-robed great honored warrior was in a trance, as if he was in a dream. Only now did he know that he had stepped into the upper sky threshold. Although it was not stable, his realm was no longer a quiet realm, but upper sky. Because his sea of chi was already able to draw on the natural power of heaven and earth. This was the biggest sign of the upper sky. P.S. Take a break. The explosion will continue at 7 p.m. Please pay attention to it. In addition, I hope that everyone can post more comments in the book review section. After all, it would be a pity to waste the essence. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Don't treat the essence as points. Well, it is already 4 p.m. today. There will definitely be an even fiercer explosion tonight. Brothers, monthly votes, are you still holding on? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 184. When the purple-robed great honored warrior had entered the upper sky realm, besides himself, the martial saint was the happiest. After all these years, his wish to find a successor had finally been fulfilled. This person did not come from outside the Martial Saint Mountain, but from his own sect. This made him feel even more satisfied. After all, the purple-robed great honored warrior was his most valued candidate. He knew his personality like the back of his hand. Besides this joy, he also felt a little jealous. After all, he also saw the miraculous effects of that upper sky initial stage pill. After taking this pill, the purple-robed great honored warrior would surpass him, the former martial saint, on the path to the upper sky realm. This was fortune, a personal fortune. Although the martial saint was jealous, he felt at peace. At his stage, he had entered the upper sky realm a few dozen years ago. His mentality was no longer the same as when he had just entered the upper sky realm. This upper sky initial stage pill was only useful for pre-sky realm warriors. Even if it was given to him, it would be useless. After all, this was only a pill for pre-sky realm warriors to break into the upper sky realm. Purple-robed, you will stay in the Martial Saint Palace for half a month. Absorb the effects of the pill and communicate with the natural qi. Consolidate your upper sky realm. The martial saint instructed. The other 3 great honored warriors will protect the purple-robed great honored warrior. Yes, sir. Senior brother Chiu, what do you plan to do? Qin Wushuang asked. Marquis Wushuang, I plan to go to the border of Taiyuan of Gugurio to guard the border and prevent a sudden attack from the Great Wu. Senior brother Chiu is injured, let me go for you. Qin Wushuang volunteered. The martial saint shook his head. No, Marquis Wushuang, I have a more important task for you. A more important task? Yes, the Great Wu is at the northeast front line of the Baiyu country. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. With me there, even if the martial saint of the Great Wu goes out, there is no need to be afraid. Now, what is more worrying is that on the northwest front line, the West Chu is attacking with anger. Once they start a war, the situation would be more difficult than the northeast front line. Qin Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Martial Saint wants Wushuang to guard the northwest. That's right. As for the specifics, Marquis Wushuang will make the decision. I firmly believe that with Marquis Wushuang taking action, the West Chu will be intimidated and will not dare to act rashly. Qin Wushuang's blood surged and boiled as he agreed. Okay, Wushuang will go to the northwest. Let's go meet those tigers and wolves from West Chu. West Chu, inside the Imperial Palace. Mi Zhongye's subordinates had already returned to the West Lake country's imperial capital and were currently reporting the situation to the Emperor, Mi Zhongheng. Emperor Mi's face turned ashen as he scolded angrily. Trash. A bunch of trash that humiliates the country. Your Highness has been captured and you actually didn't chase after the enemy. You even have the face to run back to West Chu. You have to know that if the master is humiliated, the servant will die. Your Majesty, that person's strength is extraordinary. He is suspected to be a Xiantian. The left and right guardians went forward and were killed by that person in one move. The prince was also captured by him in one move. We have the heart to save them, but we are powerless to resist. Upper sky. Emperor Mi revealed a suspicious expression. When did the Baiyu have a second upper sky? Your Majesty, we truly don't know about this. However, that person moved like a ghost with an astonishing temperament. His roar was like a thunderclap in the spring. When we only felt the sky darkening, the prince had already fallen into his hands. When we woke up, that person had already flown away and disappeared without a trace. To avoid death, this group of subordinates had naturally described the other party as extremely powerful. How powerful are the left and right guardians? They are elite warriors at the peak of the pre-sky realm trained by the second martial saint. They were killed by one move. Could this person really be an innate expert? Emperor Mi pondered and muttered. Your Majesty, if that person was not an upper sky, how could he be so terrifying? The Baiyu is despicable. They hid their strength and pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Shut up. Even if he is an upper sky, as subordinates, you should die for your master. How could you abandon your master and run away? Your Majesty, if my royal brother can come back, you will be spared from death. If he does not come back, you will all be buried with him. I will not forgive you. Emperor Mi flew into a rage and shouted, Come, take these cowards into custody and guard them strictly. If anyone tries to escape, kill them without mercy. Yes. Each of these subordinates trembled with fear and were speechless. Inwardly, they could only pray that the prince would return safely. Or else, their lives would be in danger. After Emperor Mi had given his orders, he returned to the imperial study room and ordered, Go and call the emissary from the Great Wu. I want to see him. Yes. In a moment, the permanent emissary from the Great Wu was brought to the door of the imperial study room. It's my honor to meet with your Majesty from the West Chu. I wish you eternal prosperity and peace. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Between the movements of the Emperor of the West Chu, he was full of aggressiveness and gave people a clear presence of a ruler. When he took care of matters, he was swift and decisive. The Great Wu has formed a strategic alliance with the West Chu to attack the Baiyu together. For this matter, Can you speak on behalf of your emperor? Your Majesty, before I left, I already received a promise from my royal father. He gave me full authority in this matter. I can make all decisions. Okay. Then you will reply to your emperor. Tell him that on the 9th of November, we will send troops together. We will flatten the bayou together. After the matter is done, I will take the northwest, and your country will take the southwest. We will not invade each other. How about it? Your Majesty, this way, you have agreed to send troops. The emperor does not joke. I will write a letter immediately. With the imperial jade seal as proof, it will not be fake. Okay, please give me a brush and ink. I will reply immediately. On the 9th of November, our two armies will go south and flatten the bayou. Immediately, Emperor Mi wrote a letter with the imperial jade seal and gave it to the emissary from the Great Wu. After the emissary, Emperor Mi changed his clothes and quietly left the palace. Before sending out the troops, he needed to meet a few important people. Inside the Zhenwu holy place in the West Chu, the second martial saint had also returned to the mountain. With the help of the first martial saint, his injuries had gradually healed. Now, he was inside the martial saint palace and reporting to the first martial saint about everything that had happened in the bayou. The first martial saint had a tall and sturdy figure. With a head full of silver hair, he appeared to be out of this world. First martial saint, I am useless. I could not kill that martial saint from the bayou. The second martial saint sighed with shame, I have failed you. Haha, I have underestimated that one from the bayou. It was not because I had lost the battle, but because I had predicted all the deviations. However, whether I had killed him or not, it had the same meaning. You and the martial saint from the bayou had both suffered heavy injuries. Without the help of an upper sky warrior, he would not be able to recover in less than 3 or 5 months. In other words, the bayou is like a group of dragons without a leader. You are wise, first martial saint. By the way, how did the Marquis of the Mi family go? Did that emperor of the bayou give him a reply? The first martial saint asked again. When I arrived at the bayou, I went straight to the martial saint mountain. After the battle with that guy, I retreated in a hurry and did not receive any news. After a moment of silence, the first martial saint nodded. Just when he was about to say something, suddenly, a subordinate approached from outside the door. First martial saint, the emperor of the West Chu is asking to see you. Come in. The emperor of the West Chu, Mi Zhongheng, stood before the palace respectfully and did not dare to show the slightest impoliteness. Within the West Chu, only the Zhenwu holy place could make him, the ruler of the country, act with such caution. Your Majesty, I am embarrassed that you have come here, haha. The first martial Saint Yi Chunzi greeted him with a smile. Although he spoke with a polite tone, Mi Zhongheng did not dare to put on the airs of an emperor. I would not dare. Of course, I have come to see you. First martial saint, I wonder if the second martial saint has returned. He has returned. In the battle with the martial saint of the bayou, both sides had suffered heavy injuries. Has your royal brother returned? Martial saint, that bayou is indeed despicable. Not only did they reject the friendly proposal from the West Chu, they also killed many of my envoys. They even took my royal brother as a hostage. It seems that they want to threaten the royal family of the West Chu. The face of the first martial saint sank slightly. The royal family of the bayou dared to act so rashly? Even so, not only did that emperor of the bayou refuse to give up, he also vowed to fight to the death. He would not hesitate to fight with the West Chu. The first martial saint frowned lightly. Your royal brother is powerful. His left and right protectors were trained by the second martial saint himself. How could he have been captured? First martial saint, I heard from those slaves that had escaped that the person that had captured my royal brother was an upper sky warrior. Upper sky warrior? The first martial saint frowned slightly. In the bayou, when did another upper sky warrior appear? This is also what I don't understand the most. I had already made the decision and agreed that the Great Wu would send troops to the south on November 9th. Humph. They wanted to use my royal brother to threaten me. They had made the wrong move. The first martial saint nodded. Since the Baiyu had made this move with the intention to fight, then we should not let them down. After this battle, we must destroy the Baiyu. We must also take the mineral resources of the Lotus Flower Mountain. Mi Zhongheng continued to speak. For this matter, we still need you to oversee it and boost the morale of the army. Take orders from the three armies and sweep through the defense of the Baiyu. First, we will trample the Purple Flame territory. Then, we will lead the army to the imperial capital and take down the entire He family. We will not spare a single one. The first martial saint said in a low voice, "The Baiyu has another upper sky warrior. This matter is of great importance. It seems that I must make a trip myself." Hearing the words of the first martial saint, Mi Zhongheng was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. With the first martial saint stepping out, this matter would succeed. Even if the Baiyu had an iron wall, they would still flatten it. Among all the subordinate countries of the Great Luo Empire, the strength of the first martial saint was publicly recognized as the strongest among all the martial saint. With him personally taking action, what problem could not be solved? For sure, this attack to the south would be like a hot knife through butter. Return to the palace immediately and order the three armies to assemble quickly and head to the border. On November 9th, I will go to the front of the Purple Flame territory and pave the way for you. From the tone of the first martial saint, there was a trace of coldness. P.S. The climax is right before you. Ha ha, brothers, prepare your monthly votes. Tonight's goal is 1,000 votes. All the warriors of the Milky Way, rise up. Next update, in half an hour. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 185. The Emperor of the Baiyu had sent out a few imperial edicts and ordered all territories to prepare for war. Instantly, the atmosphere at the border had become tense. The Purple Flame territory was the most important area to prepare for war. It was adjacent to the West Chu on the northwest side. During these days, they were also jittery as if a storm was about to come. The West Chu had sent an emissary to threaten the royal family of the Baiyu. They had attempted to annex the territory of the Baiyu and seize the mineral resources of the Lotus Flower Mountain. When this news had spread to the Purple Flame territory, it had caused a huge commotion. It had made everyone in the territory furious. This West Chu was truly shameless as they took advantage of the situation to loot a burning house. When they learned that the royal family of the Baiyu had already rejected them, everyone in the Purple Flame territory knew that most likely, a war with the West Chu was unavoidable. The people of the Purple Flame territory were swift and fierce. On this issue, of course, they would not compromise. From the Purple Flame King to the ordinary people, everyone was of one mind and started to prepare for war. At the beginning of November, the cold wind blew and the border was already somewhat chilly. In the past, the Purple Flame territory had changed from 1 sentry per day to 3. Each day, they would send out scouts to observe the situation at the border. As soon as there were any movements, they would send the message back to the Purple Flame territory. From there, they would react immediately. On the border between the Purple Flame territory and the West Chu, there was a towering and continuous Lotus Flower Mountain. Because of the rich mineral resources of this Lotus Flower Mountain, the West Chu had never forgotten about it. There was a giant canyon in the Lotus Flower Mountain. It was the first checkpoint where the Purple Flame territory had set up their defense. This checkpoint was extremely dangerous and easy to defend. With the natural mountain as a barrier, they had set up the checkpoint at the canyon. Indeed, one man could hold the pass and 10,000 men could not break through. Once the natural barrier of the Lotus Flower Mountain was broken, then it would be a flatland when they went south. They would not have any geographical advantage. Although all the major states had set up a tight defense line, most likely, it would be difficult to defend against the powerful attack from the West Chu. Once they broke through, they would directly threaten the Purple Flame Royal City. The Purple Flame Royal City was an ancient city that had existed for thousands of years. It had a strong defense and was surrounded by a few cities. Despite this fact, if the army of the West Chu arrived at the city, most likely, even the strongest city defense would fall into a passive state. In a battle between military experts, they emphasized a three-dimensional defense. When a lone city was surrounded, even if you had an iron wall, the only thing you could do was to delay the attack and wait for reinforcements to arrive. What they were afraid of now was that the other party's innate stage experts would attack. The West Chu had 3 upper sky realm experts. If these 3 people were to take action, the defense of Lotus Flower Mountains Pass would be very troublesome. It was common knowledge that no matter how strong a Hutian warrior was, in the midst of an army of thousands of men and horses, the strength of an individual was limited. It was very difficult for them to influence the outcome of a battle. However, it was completely different for Xiantian masters. A Xiantian master could do many things that a Hutian master could not. In front of a Xiantian master, any solid defense would not be of much use. You can't stop a Xiantian realm expert from approaching, and you can't stop a Xiantian realm expert from assassinating the general guarding the pass. If a Xiantian realm expert participated in the charge, the lethality would be even more shocking. As a post-liminary realm warrior, no matter how strong you are, killing dozens of people in one breath is already very amazing. However, if a Xiantian master were to attack with all his strength, it would not be a problem for him to kill hundreds of people. In the Purple Flame Mansion, the Purple Flame King, his advisors, and his confidants were all present. Their expressions were solemn as they could feel the change in the atmosphere. The murderous aura from the north was already very obvious. The scouts also continued to send back information. The West Chu began to gather their troops, West Chu's soldiers began to head south, 300,000 soldiers gathered at the southern border of the West Chu. This time, all the signals were heading towards one direction. The West Chu was preparing to send troops to the Bayou. Everyone, I have already sent 6 requests for help to the imperial capital. I believe that the reinforcements from the royal family and other territories will arrive one after another. For this battle, not only will it determine the life and death of the Purple Flame territory, it will also determine the fate of the Bayou. If we allow the West Chu army to head south, the Bayou will be nibbled and divided by other strong warriors. I am afraid that people of our fallen country will have no place to be buried. For this battle, everyone must fight bravely and pledge their lives to go forward. Of course, we will follow the Marquis to defend against the foreign enemies. The northwest battle line is tense. I am afraid that the northeast battle line will not be any better. The Bayou only has one martial saint. For sure, we will lose sight of the enemy. I only hope that in this battle, the enemy will not send out an upper sky warrior. One of the elders said. He also knew that it was an extravagant hope. Since the West Chu was determined to win, of course, they would send a martial saint. Once an upper sky martial saint stepped out, the defense of the Purple Flame territory would be stretched to the limit. On the 8th day of November, 300,000 soldiers from the West Chu had already arrived at the border between the two countries. The 50,000 vanguard troops had set up camp 20 miles away from the Lotus Flower Mountain Pass. The pass at the Lotus Flower Mountain was called the Heaven Cloud Pass. The leader of this pass was He Tianbao, the eldest son of the Purple Flame King. And his 2 assistants were elite warriors at Stage 9 of the Genuine Force. At the Heaven Cloud Pass, He Tianbao was gathering all the generals to discuss countermeasures. Suddenly, a wave of hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. Report. General, there is an enemy situation outside the pass. Enemy situation? He Tianbao was somewhat surprised. Didn't you say that the vanguard troops were still setting up camp 20 miles away? How come they are outside the pass now? It's not the vanguard troops, there is only one enemy. It's a silver-haired old man. He wore a set of foreign clothing and looked very strange. Our general had ordered him to leave a few times, but he turned a deaf ear. The general suspected that he was the enemy leader and ordered to shoot. Before the arrow reached him, it turned on its own. It's extremely strange. What? The arrow turned on its own? He Tianbao's shock was not small at all. The expressions of the 2 assistants beside him changed abruptly. Their first thought was upper sky. Even if one practiced pre-sky realm martial arts to the extreme, it was impossible to produce gang chi to make the arrow turn. One could only use true chi to sweep the arrow away. To be able to make the arrow turn without moving, it must be the power of an upper sky. Could it be that the person who came was an upper sky? He Tianbao held the knife at his waist in his hand and chopped the table in front of him into two. Let's go and see what kind of evil god it is. He Tianbao inherited his father's style and was very brave. Even after hearing the name of an upper sky, he was not afraid. Leading a group of assistants, he walked towards the pass like a whirlwind. Outside the pass, the great martial Saint Yi Chunzi seemed to have completely blended into the world. Looking from afar, it was as if the person outside the pass was just a scenery in the vast land outside the pass. He blended in with the world, every blade of grass and every tree. No one could see anything out of place. When He Tianbao saw this situation, he shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Yi Chunzi leisurely raised his head and said loudly, "Ignorant kid, who are you to the Xian king?" "I am the eldest son of the Xian king, He Tianbao." "Old man, who are you acting so sneakily?" Yi Chunzi sneered, "Go back and tell the Xian king that tonight is the last chance to consider. Either he gives up on the pass or I will personally take his head tomorrow. Once the army arrives, no one will be spared." As his voice fell, he suddenly lifted his legs and jumped towards the pass. He suddenly swung his sleeves and shot out a chain towards He Tianbao who was at the pass. This move was very sudden and caught everyone off guard. The archers at the pass immediately greeted it with arrows. The guards beside He Tianbao also took out their weapons and chopped towards the chain. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself. Chu Chunzi snorted and swung his sleeves lightly. Instantly, all the weapons were swept away. However, his ascension was only slightly hindered. That chain in his hand continued to move forward. Like a poisonous snake, it circled before He Tianbao. Yi Chunzi's intention was clear. He wanted to capture He Tianbao and give him a taste of his own medicine. Since the Bai Yu had captured the younger brother of the Emperor of the West Chu, he would capture He Tianbao. In the blink of an eye, He Tianbao only felt a blur and that chain was already in front of him. Inwardly, he cursed and was about to surrender. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot towards him, followed by a long whip. Like a poisonous dragon, it coiled around the chain. "Go!" With a low shout, Yi Chunzi who was about to land on the pass was one step too late. He stepped into the air and was evaded by the shadow of the whip. Like a giant eagle, his body dropped rapidly. While he was falling, he had already landed with a long whistle. When he landed on the ground, he looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was an upper sky warrior. The person who had stopped him was an upper sky warrior. Initially, he thought that nothing would go wrong with this attack and He Tianbao was already in his bag. However, at this critical moment, an upper sky warrior had appeared out of nowhere. What made him most shocked was that in this short confrontation, he had deeply experienced the power of this person. He was not inferior to him, the publicly recognized strongest martial saint in all the subordinate countries. Who was this person? He looked up and saw a young man standing on the pass. He floated with his long robe and wrapped the long whip around his waist. He gazed at Yi Chunzi casually. "You are the #1 martial saint of the West Chu, Yi Chunzi?" This person had a clear expression. Of course, he was Qin Wushuang who had come from afar. This whip had not only saved He Tianbao, it had also saved the morale of the Purple Flame territory. Upper Sky, they all realized that an Upper Sky warrior had also appeared on their side. An Upper Sky that could fight against the enemy, and hearing this young man's words, he was the #1 martial saint of the West Chu. This time, He Tianbao also drew a breath of cold air. Inwardly, he felt lucky that he had escaped from death. Yi Chunzi took a deep breath and nodded. "Who are you? How are you related to the Bai Yu?" The soldiers of the pass also looked at Qin Wushuang at the same time. Apparently, they were also extremely curious about this question. In the Bai Yu country, besides the martial saint, since when did they have another Upper Sky warrior? Calling again, monthly votes. Today, Li Tian has experienced an unprecedented explosion and will break through 1,000 monthly vote. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 186. Qin Wushuang slowly opened his mouth. Don't ask me who I am. There are 500 or 600 million people in the Bayou country, and I am only one of them. Yi Chunzi, your West Chu has always been tyrannical. Are you really going to be stubborn and fight? Humph, when the arrow is on the bow, it must be shot. This battle must happen. Yi Chunzi's voice was cold, yet it carried a form of unquestionable tyranny. Qin Wushuang laughed to the sky and shouted, "Good. Since you are so confident, then, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are interested." What suggestion? Yi Chunzi knew that the other party was an upper sky realm warrior. Of course, he did not dare to neglect. Since this battle is inevitable, why don't you and I have a fight first to set the tone? Old man, do you dare to fight? Qin Wushuang suddenly initiated his qi and pointed at Yi Chunzi with his long whip. If you do not have the guts, then go back to the West Chu with your tail between your leg. Since you are so old, I will not chase after you. I will spare your old life and let you go back to spend the rest of your life. Yi Chunzi knew that the other party was deliberately provoking him. However, as an elite warrior that had been famous for hundreds of years, he could not keep his composure after being humiliated by a young man. He laughed out of extreme anger and sneered, "Little kid, you do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even that old man from the Chiu family would not dare to act so presumptuously before me. Old man, you've violated my country's borders. Do you expect me to be courteous to you? Don't take advantage of your seniority. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. If I say I will not kill you, then I will not chase after you." He kept calling him old man and old man. Regardless of Yi Chunzi's good temper, he could not swallow this anger. Not to mention, when had he ever had a good temper? "Kid, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." When Qin Wushuang heard Yi Chunzi's promise, he gave a long whistle and jumped down from the pass like a swan goose. He flew towards the deep part of the canyon. "Yi Chunzi, for our battle, we need to find a spacious place. In this area, we can't use our full strength. If you have the ability, then come. If you don't, then you can run away." Yi Chunzi was furious. Naturally, without hesitation, his figure quickly followed. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill this person. Using this Shen-Tian's blood as a sacrifice to the flag. It would set a perfect tone for this battle. Kill. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, galloped for dozens of miles and finally reached a spacious area. Qin Wushuang suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Yi Chunzi, who had just caught up. Yi Chunzi also did not dare to lower his guard. He coldly sized up Qin Wushuang. "Brat, tell me your name. Under this old man's blade, I don't kill nameless people." "Haha, I'm the exact opposite. I specialize in cutting down old things like you who fish for fame." Qin Wushuang's disgust towards the West Chu was not something that could be described with words. When the Bayou and the Great Wu went to war, it was because both sides had been enemies for a long time. There was nothing that could be said about the grudges from the past. However, this West Chu was clearly looting a burning house. They were extremely despicable. No wonder Qin Wushuang did not show the slightest respect in his words. Now, Yi Chunzi had calmed down. Before the big battle, he knew that it was important to keep one's emotions stable. The tone of this young man sounded domineering and insufferably arrogant. However, from the eyes of this young man, he had clearly observed a trace of imperceptible cunning and wisdom. For sure, this young man wanted to provoke him. After a period of immersion, Qin Wushuang's attainment with the soft whip was no longer at his initial level. One could say that he had used the snake-shaped soft whip to the point of perfection. Yi Chunzi looked at the long whip in Qin Wushuang's hand and suddenly, he laughed. "Good, my weapon is the chain blade, and your weapon is the soft whip. They're both soft weapons. Let's see who's stronger." Qin Wushuang glanced at Yi Chunzi's sleeve. He knew that inside this old guy's sleeve, for sure, there were many things. Most likely, it was not as simple as the chain blade. As these two spoke, they had already initiated their upper sky chi with all their strength. Before they moved their hands, they had already started to suppress their opponent. However, after these two had initiated their chi with all their strength, they realized that no one could suppress the other in terms of temperament. They were evenly matched. Qin Wushuang praised inwardly. Indeed, this old man Yi Chunzi does not have an undeserved reputation. No wonder he is the #1 martial saint among all the subordinate countries. I have absorbed the inner core and that man in black spiritual chi. After the fusion, the spiritual chi inside my body is extraordinary. However, I cannot suppress him in terms of spiritual chi. This old guy is not simple. Qin Wushuang was confident. If it were any other martial saint, such as senior brother Qiu from the Bayou, Qin Wushuang could already suppress him in terms of upper sky chi. However, now, he could not suppress this Yi Chunzi. While he was surprised, inwardly, Yi Chunzi was also shocked. Inwardly, he was no less shocked than Qin Wushuang. In fact, he was even more shocked. It's all right for this kid to enter the upper sky realm at such a young age. How could he have such abundant spiritual chi? Could it be he has the spiritual roots? Has he been in the upper sky realm since he was young? Or else, how could he have such abundant spiritual chi at such a young age? When he thought here, Yi Chunzi was even more curious about Qin Wushuang's identity. He could not imagine how such a talented young man would be related to the Bayou country. Suddenly, these two figures flashed at the same time as if they had a mutual understanding. Qin Wushuang waved the long whip and swept out 3 giant circles with his arms. He forced out 3 waves of spiritual chi ripples and spread them out one by one. Inside the 3 waves of spiritual chi, Qin Wushuang's body approached rapidly. He shook the tip of the whip and poured in his spiritual chi. Instantly, the long whip became as hard as a spear and pierced towards Yi Chunzi's vital points. Each of these piercing attacks carried powerful spiritual chi and shot out waves of spear lights. Humph, petty tricks, do you want to hurt me? Yi Chunzi was not simple either. He stepped on the ground and used his chain blade to slash out. He also slashed out a dozen waves of sharp blade lights and formed a half-moon-shaped defensive shield. It blocked all of Qin Wushuang's spear lights. Yi Chunzi, you have good defense, do you dare to exchange 3 moves with me? Qin Wushuang laughed and stepped forward. The long whip returned to its snake shape and shook out waves of ripples. Suddenly, it smashed towards Yi Chunzi's face. For a time, the sky was filled with shadows of the whip. Waves of lights carried a strong devouring power and attacked. Yi Chunzi knew that this young man was full of vigor and wanted to end the battle quickly. However, Yi Chunzi had been famous for so many years. With his strength, how could he be afraid of taking it head-on? He grinned and did not back down with his chain blade. He slashed forward with the tip of the needle. It was a clash of strength. Boom! Spiritual energy collided in the void, producing a tragic sound of air exploding, shaking the void. The nearby trees were shot by this tragic Xiantian qi, one after another, as if a giant axe had chopped through them, falling down one after the other. When the two of them clashed head-on, it immediately aroused the fighting spirit in their chest. They did not want to be weaker than their opponent in terms of vigor. The two of them did not use any fancy moves and continued to attack. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, rumble, rumble. The two of them didn't move, but in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, they had actually exchanged 16 blows in a row. These 16 times of clashing had emptied half of their Dantian's sea of qi. As the power clashed, the two of them suddenly retreated at the same time. The weapons in their hands were still attacking each other. The long whip and the chain blade were entangled. The two of them stood at opposite ends. They both circulated their spiritual qi in their arms and held their weapons tightly. They did not want to give in at all. Kid, your strength is not bad. Old man, you're not bad either. From fighting to talking, the two of them were indeed fighting for every inch of land. They did not want to give the other party the slightest advantage. Exerting strength in their hands, spiritual chi poured into their arms and gushed out continuously. The spiritual chi surged and spread out circles of airflow. It caused the surrounding to be filled with smoke. Within 50 meters, not a single blade of grass grew. Suddenly, the two of them spun rapidly and started to spin rapidly on the spot. Coincidentally, the two of them wanted to use this method to increase their speed and take the initiative. However, when one spun, the other spun as well. In terms of speed, the two of them could not gain the slightest advantage. Qin Wushuang saw it clearly. He raised his left hand and thrust out a coagulated sword. At this moment, Yi Chunzi's palm also flipped. Suddenly, his palm spat out a green handprint and pressed it directly. This handprint collided with the sword chi in the air and produced a strong rebounding force. It spun rapidly. Bang! The two of their chests were hit by the strong rebounding force at the same time. Their bodies involuntarily flew backwards. When they landed on the ground, Qin Wushuang felt a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. And Yi Chunzi was not much better off. He held his chest and could not control the mouthful of blood that had reached his throat. With a cry, he also vomited all over the ground. Two upper sky warriors had fought to such a desperate state. It was almost like a hand-to-hand fight. Naturally, the degree of injury was much stronger than a fight between pre-sky realm martial artists. If these two did not have tyrannical defensive power and had upper sky defensive equipment, they would not have suffered such injuries. Kid, how does it feel? Ha, old man, you are also not feeling well. Yi Chunzi laughed evilly. If we continue to fight like this, at most, both of us will suffer. In my West Chu, we still have two martial saints as our main force. And your Bai, can you send out another upper sky? Qin Wushuang spat and did not back down. Your West Chu does have a lot of upper sky warriors. However, let me ask you, old man, with your strength, can you kill me? Yi Chunzi was stunned. Inwardly, he had to admit that he could not kill the other party by himself. With your power, you cannot kill me. The other two martial saints from your West Chu could not even touch the corner of my clothes. Perhaps, your West Chu could take down the purple flame territory. However, your West Chu would not be able to withstand my revenge after my injuries have healed. I promise, besides you, I will kill all the elite warriors and all the young ones with potential in your Bai. You also know that once your West Chu faces such a situation, I am afraid that what you did to my Bai today will become the same as your West Chu tomorrow. Inwardly, Yi Chunzi felt a chill as he knew that the other party's threat was not without basis. Once the other party intended to kill the elite warriors of the West Chu, he would not be able to stop him. Not to mention, the potential of this young man made Yi Chunzi feel waves of fear. If a group of elite warriors and young ones with potential were killed by this person, most likely, the fate of the West Chu would not be much better than the current Bai. Today, the Great Wu and the other upper subordinate countries had invaded the Bai. In the future, they would dare to target the West Chu. 7th update. After 1 hour, there will be more updates. Let's make the monthly tickets in your hands even fiercer. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 187. When he thought here, there were only two choices before Yi Chunzi. 1. Give up on attacking the Bai and stop. 2. Kill this kid and eliminate all future troubles. Yi Chunzi was not willing to accept the first choice. He had been plotting against the Lotus Flower Mountain in the Bayou for more than a day or two. Now, with the current situation, regardless of the public opinion in his own country or among the allies, they had pushed this matter to the heart of the struggle. If he gave up, his reputation as the great martial saint would be damaged. And all of the West Chu's plans would be in vain. This was the situation he did not wish to see. Thus, he decided that even if he would get hurt, he would kill this kid and eliminate all future troubles. Kid, I admit that at such a young age, it's not easy for you to have such strength. However, if you think you can use this to threaten the West Chu and change the fate of our two countries, then you are gravely mistaken. After he had finished, his face turned cold. He raised the chain blade in the air and slashed down 3 times. Carrying the cold light of the blade, he attacked Qin Wushuang. Yi Chunzi's idea was clear. He would use his 100 years of upper sky power to drag the other party to death. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang's specialty was his longevity. The battle between the two of them lasted from afternoon till night fell. Under the night sky, you chased and I chased. Back and forth, they fought until dawn. The situation remained in a stalemate. No one could defeat the other party and no one could gain the decisive advantage. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang became calmer as the battle continued. He knew that the mentality of this Yi Chunzi had started to change. His threat had already taken effect. The first rays of dawn had arrived and the sun had just risen. The 50,000 vanguard troops from the West Chu had already arrived at the pass. They were all waiting for orders to break through. Currently, the main general of the vanguard looked around. Apparently, the scene before him was different from what he had expected. According to the agreement, the martial saint of the West Chu would cover them to attack the city and kill the enemy leader. However, at this moment, the pass of the Baiyu was heavily guarded. Their armors were bright and their weapons were shiny. Apparently, they were ready for a fierce battle. Is the martial saint not here yet? The general muttered softly as he looked suspiciously at his 2 deputies. Evidently, they had not expected that the martial saint would actually fail to keep his promise. Commander, maybe the martial saint is already hiding nearby. Let's give the order to attack the city first. The martial saint will definitely arrive soon. This pass was easy to defend and hard to attack. If there were no innate rankers to attack the pass, kill the enemy leader and take away their fighting spirit, it would be difficult to break through in a short period of time. We might as well wait a little longer. At this time, He Tianbao loudly shouted, "West Chu scoundrels, since you've come, why are you hesitating? Haha, could it be that you are waiting for the martial saint of your West Chu? I don't mind telling you, that old man, Yi Chunzi, had already been killed by an elite warrior of the Baiyu." When the West Chu vanguard heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. It was clear that they did not believe this. However, since the other party had said so, it meant that the Lord Martial Saint had indeed been here. But since he had come here, how could this pass be so safe and sound? Moreover, the enemy chief was still in perfect condition, swaggering around the pass. Could it be that the Martial Saint had arrived but did not make a move? With this hesitation, a crack had appeared on their thoughts. To the team that was preparing to break through the pass, this crack was fatal. To break through the pass, they needed a burst of spirit and an indomitable spirit. And with their pause, their spirit had already started to decline. Plus, this crack had become bigger and bigger. Naturally, their temperament had dropped rapidly. "Commander, give the order. If we don't attack, I am afraid our morale will drop straight down." One of the deputies said anxiously. "Yes, even without an upper sky to pave the way, all of us are used to fighting. How could we not take down this little heaven cloud pass?" After a moment of silence, the commander thought inwardly, "Without an upper sky, I am afraid we would have to pay with many lives to attack this heaven cloud pass. I had brought these soldiers with me and they had made great contributions. It was not easy for them to get a chance to fight as the vanguard. If we don't take down this heaven cloud pass, where would our contributions come from and where would our promotions come from? Since the ancient times, a general's success was built on 10,000 dead bodies. When the commander thought here, he pulled out the blade from his waist and shouted, "Everyone get ready, we will break through the pass now." With a command, the entire army moved. With a wave of the flag, a group of archers rushed out from the team and got ready. As long as the commander gave the command, they would shoot thousands of arrows and shoot the soldiers on the pass. Then, they would set up flying ladders to break through the pass. The key to breaking through the pass was to set up the ladders quickly and courageously. The vanguard team must not be afraid of death and move forward bravely. The goal of breaking through the pass was to end the battle quickly. The longer it dragged on, the greater the impact on the attacking team's morale. Hence, after a round of shooting, They had to set up the flying ladders and prepare to attack. The commander waved the command flag and was about to shout, "Shoot!" Suddenly, a long howl came from outside the pass. This roar was like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was extremely fast, and its aura was ferocious as it gushed out. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had turned upside down and the weather changed. When the soldiers on top of Heaven Cloud Pass heard this long howl, they were overjoyed. They could naturally tell that this person's voice was the mysterious Upper Sky warrior who fought against Yi Chunzi yesterday. He had disappeared for a night and suddenly appeared. Could it be, this mysterious elite warrior had already killed Yi Chunzi? Before the howl had ended, two voices passed through the forest and dropped below the pass one after another. Martial Saint. Apparently, that commander had recognized the person behind. With a head of silver hair, he was the first martial saint of the West Chu, Yi Chunzi. With a face full of light, Yi Chunzi waved his hand and stopped the commander's next move. He shouted, "Hold on." When that commander heard the order from the martial saint, he put down the command flag and patted his horse to salute. "It's my honor to meet you, martial saint." Anyways, Yi Chunzi fixed his gaze at the Heaven Cloud Pass with a face full of passion and urgency. Behind the Heaven Cloud Pass was the Lotus Flower Mountain that the West Chu had coveted for a long time. As long as the army broke through this pass, they could take the Lotus Flower Mountain into the West Chu's pocket. However, this tough nut in front of him was still standing in front of him. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on the vanguard team. Then, he looked at Qin Wushuang and said coldly, "Kid, as long as I give the order, your Heaven Cloud Pass will not last for 3 days. Is that so? As long as I am willing, the head of your West Chu Emperor will also not last for 3 days. Qin Wushuang retorted with equal harshness. Yi Chunzi's face turned ashen. "Then let's see who will not last for 3 days. He waved his hand and said to that commander, "Get ready immediately, use all your strength to break through this pass. If you cannot take this pass, you will be beheaded." "Yes." Qin Wushuang revealed a faint smile. After a night of bitter battle, he could not kill Yi Chunzi. Yi Chunzi also could not do anything to him. Initially, he thought that he could wear down this old man's arrogance. Unexpectedly, this old man was so stubborn. At the moment, he was not afraid. Suddenly, he reached into his chest and took out an object. He flashed it in his hand. "Yi Chunzi, before you give the order to break through this pass, why don't you take a look at this object?" It was a simple and unadorned plate. On top of it, 4 flamboyant words were carved: "National Scholar of the Great Luo." National Scholar Plate of the Great Luo? Yi Chunzi's eyeballs almost popped out of his eye socket. Suddenly, he felt a faint pain as if he had received a strong impact on his chest. Instantly, Yi Chunzi felt a sense of despair. He raised his head and looked at the Lotus Mountain behind the Heaven Cloud Pass. Inwardly, he was filled with unwillingness and bitterness. All of his thoughts, all of his ambitions, all of them instantly turned into illusions and illusions. The National Scholar Plate of the Great Luo. No subordinate country would dare to disobey it. What did this object mean? It meant that this person held the same status as the Emperor of the Great Luo Empire. Even if he saw the Emperor, he would not need to salute. It meant that this person before him had a close relationship with the Stargaze Palace. He was a core disciple of the Stargaze Palace. It meant that the person holding this plate could do whatever he wanted in any subordinate country. Such figure had come from the Baiyu country. Indeed, Yi Chunzi could not understand it. However, the reality forced him to make a clear decision. He could ignore all the elite warriors in the Baiyu country and ignore the fact that Qin Wushuang was on par with him. However, he would never be qualified to ignore this National Scholar Plate. Under such power, how could he not lower his head? He slowly turned around and revealed a bleak expression as if he had aged 100 years. His tone was full of vicissitudes of life. "Pass my order, retreat immediately. Retreat." As soon as he said these 2 words, a wave of jubilant cheers emerged from the clouds. However, the 50,000 vanguard soldiers were all dumbstruck. How could it be? They rubbed their fists and were ready to take the credit. How could the first martial saint, who had just ordered to attack the city, Give the order to retreat. Could it be that ghost plate was truly this terrifying? When Yi Chunzi saw the dumbstruck expression of the main general and his assistants, he became even more furious. He shouted, "Pass my order, retreat immediately. All troops, return to your own territories. This battle is over." After he had said the words "this battle is over," Yi Chunzi felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. He looked at Qin Wushuang with a dazed expression and asked bitterly, "Young man, I only have one question, who are you?" "I am Qin Wushuang." Qin Wushuang. Yi Chunzi thought about this name. Could it be the rumored Qin Wushuang that was taken in as a disciple by the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace? The news of Qin Wushuang being taken in as a disciple by the second palace master had spread widely. However, not many people knew that Qin Wushuang was an upper sky realm. When Yi Chunzi thought here, he instantly understood everything. He mumbled bitterly, "Since the ancient times, heroes come from the young. Heroes come from the young." After he had finished, he cupped his hands in a salute and did not speak another word. In a flash, he disappeared into the forest. Qin Wushuang knew that Yi Chunzi's attitude was equivalent to admitting defeat. Instantly, he shouted, "Yi Chunzi has retreated, and you are still standing here. Could it be you want to wait for breakfast?" When those generals of the vanguard heard that this young man had come from the Stargaze Palace, each of them felt their entire body go limp. They only hated that they could not use all their strength to run away. With a wave of the command flag, the 50,000 soldiers had all retreated in the blink of an eye. As the door closed, they cheered with endless joy. It was too unexpected. All of this had happened unexpectedly. Initially, each of them had held the belief that they would die here. Unexpectedly, a disaster had disappeared without a trace. And the person who had eliminated this disaster was the rumored Marquis Wushuang. P.S. I'm tired, I'll stop here. I wonder if everyone is satisfied. Also, I would like to promote the football modifier, a great work with both reputation and popularity. Readers who like sports should not miss this opportunity. Book number 1606881. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 188. At the Heaven Cloud Pass, all the defending soldiers waved their weapons and cheered for their hero. They cheered for the victory of the Bai Yu. Marquis Wushuang, Marquis Wushuang, roar roar. Marquis Wushuang, Marquis Wushuang. The defending soldiers at the pass kept waving their weapons and flags to salute their hero. When Qin Wushuang felt this scene, inwardly, he was also moved. In this world, one upper sky warrior could decide the fate of an entire country and the fate of hundreds of millions of people. Qin Wushuang raised his arm and waved at those defending soldiers at the pass. He clearly understood the mood of these soldiers. It was a form of joy after surviving a disaster and could not be faked. When he returned to the pass, Qin Wushuang received tens of thousands of worship. He Tianbao had always admired elite warriors. At this moment, he was so excited that he did not know what to say. He only kept toasting him. After Qin Wushuang had finished a round of drinking, he did not delay and held the wine cup in his hand. "Everyone, the war is urgent. Although the disaster of the Northwest has been solved, and the West Chu should not attack again. However, the Great Wu is still eyeing the Northeast front. I must go to the rescue as soon as possible. I only hope that one day, I will be able to reunite with all of you heroes. How about it?" These iron-blooded soldiers all knew the general situation. They knew the difficult situation the Bai Yu was in. Of course, they would not dare to keep Qin Wushuang. All of them raised their cups. "I wish Marquis Wushuang success in leading the Taiyuan of Goguryeo to defeat the invasion of the Great Wu." Well said, well said. After drinking the wine cup, Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute and walked out of the tent. Qin Wushuang had also gained a lot from the battle with that Yi Chunzi. Although he could not defeat Yi Chunzi in this battle, this so-called number one martial saint among the subordinate countries could not do anything to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang had gained a lot of enlightenment from this battle. Although he had rushed here, he did not give up on the martial arts. Along the way, he planned to combine the experiences he had gained from that battle. November 9th, at the northeast border of Baiyu country. With the flames of war reaching the sky, the great army from the Great Wu started to launch a ferocious attack at the border of Taiyuan of Goguryeo. The two countries were like fire and water, and their grudges were on the verge of erupting. Very soon, they entered a white-hot state. The first batch of 100,000 soldiers from the Great Wu was in charge of attacking the three major forts of the Taiyuan of Goguryeo. And Qi Shengnan, the martial saint of the Great Wu, was personally overseeing the situation and had invited Qiu Lingde, the martial saint of the Baiyu. On the 9th day of November, after tens of thousands of casualties, the vanguard of the Great Wu finally took down the first fortress of Taiyuan of Goguryeo. It was a Pyrrhic victory. However, to the Baiyu country, they had lost their first fortress on the first day of the battle. Indeed, they were in an extremely passive situation. Although the remaining two major fortresses were in the form of horns on the left and right and were easy to defend and hard to attack, judging from the formation of the Great Wu, apparently they were determined to win. Once the three major fortresses were breached, the main force of 200,000 soldiers from the Great Wu would march down to the south and attack the major states of the Taiyuan of Goguryeo. They would severely threaten the safety of the Great Surge royal city. Thus, the meaning of this battle was the same as the situation of the Purple Flame territory in the northwest. They must defend the three major fortresses at the front. Once they had defended these three major fortresses, the layers of defense behind them would become even more stable. If the enemy could break through the three major fortresses easily, for sure, they would have an irresistible force. If they lost the fortresses, they could still take them back. However, once they lost the morale of the army, it would be irreversible. There was the so-called saying of how one could seize the commander of an army, but not the morale of an ordinary man. When these two countries were at war, hot-bloodedness and patriotism were one thing. When it came to killing on the battlefield, morale was also an important factor. Not only courage and hot-bloodedness could solve all problems. Now, the second fortress of the Baiyu, the Hidden Tiger Camp, had entered a state of high alert. On the first day, although the Hidden Tiger Camp had also received a lot of attacks, it was not the place where the main force had attacked. Thus, despite the intensity of the battle, no substantial loopholes had appeared. The current situation was rather stable. The martial saint of the Baiyu sat cross-legged inside a tent alone. Tomorrow, at dawn, he would go out to battle. He would battle with Qi Shengnan, the martial saint of the Great Wu. This battle would directly determine the future of these two battlefronts. It would even determine the outcome of this battle between the two countries. Thus, for this battle, none of them could afford to lose. Since Qiu Lingde, the martial saint of the Baiyu, had stepped onto the path of martial arts, it would be the most difficult battle he had encountered. Perhaps, the content of this battle would not be the most difficult. However, the strategic meaning behind this battle had turned it into the most difficult battle. At least, he could not afford to lose. Once he lost, the battlefront of the Taiyuan of Goguryeo would collapse. When a martial saint lost, it would be a fatal blow to the morale. If he lost, most likely, he would lose the future of the Baiyu. Qiu Lingde slowly breathed in and out. He could not get rid of the wave of irritation in his chest. He knew that such mentality was dangerous and disadvantageous. However, as an upper sky realm warrior who had been famous for hundreds of years, he could not calm down. It was not because he was afraid of the battle, but because the injuries inside his body had not healed 100%. Last time, when the second martial saint of the West Chu had invaded, both sides had suffered heavy injuries. Although he had healed quickly with the help of Qin Wushuang. After all, he needed some time. And now, he could not even spare this time. The battle was urgent and could not be delayed. He could not wait for his injuries to heal completely. He had rushed all the way from the imperial capital because he was worried about the battle at the border. And as soon as he had arrived at the border, he had received a challenge from Qi Shengnan, the martial saint of the Great Wu. He had asked him to fight on November 10th at dawn at the Reincarnation Mountain at the border of the Taiyuan of Goguryeo. If it were before, Qiu Lingde would not be afraid of this Qi Shengnan. Although this Qi Shengnan had learned a lot about the upper sky realm, Qiu Lingde still had some advantages in terms of experience. However, this balance had changed slightly due to the injuries on his body. He tried hard to control his emotions and finally, Qiu Lingde threw away all the complicated emotions. He had seen through everything and looked at the upcoming battle with an indomitable spirit. The future of the Baiyu country will never be dark. It will be bright. There is Marquis Wushuang who has already matured, and Purple Robe who has already entered the upper sky realm. Even if I lose this battle, Baiyu country will still have a bright future. When he thought here, Qiu Lingde suddenly stood up and found a brush and ink. He opened a piece of paper and wrote a line of words. Then, he folded it and sealed it. He called in a subordinate and ordered, "Give this letter to the general of the Hidden Tiger Camp. If Marquis Wushuang comes, give it to him." Yes. After he had finished everything, Qiu Lingde no longer had any worries and entered a meditative state. He started to make the final preparations for tomorrow's battle. After the darkness, dawn had finally arrived. Before the Hidden Tiger Camp, 30,000 soldiers had already gathered. A one-eyed general stood 10 miles away from the Hidden Tiger Camp. He gazed at the Hidden Tiger Camp in the distance with a pair of gloomy eyes. This was his goal for today. It would be a great achievement if he could take down this camp. Regardless, he would not let this great achievement go to waste. This one-eyed general twisted the muscles on his face. Suddenly, he pulled out the blade from his waist and slashed a few times in the air. This evening, we must take down this Hidden Tiger Camp. All hail the general. The one-eyed general licked his lips and laughed evilly. Has the assault team finished gathering? General, we have finished gathering. Our brothers are waiting to attack the Hidden Tiger Camp. Tonight, we will camp at the Hidden Tiger Camp. Okay, send the order. After 5 o'clock, we will attack immediately. Regardless of the cost, we must take down this Hidden Tiger Camp. From the tone of the one-eyed general, there was a sense of determination. This Hidden Tiger Camp was the second stronghold of the Taiyuan of Gugurio. Once they broke through, they would break through 2 of the 3 major strongholds. For sure, it would be the fiercest attack to the Baiyu. At this time, suddenly, the one-eyed general felt something flash before his eyes. A figure dressed in white appeared in front of him. This person had an extraordinary temperament. Wasn't he the martial saint of the great Wu, Qi Shengnan? Martial saint? Yes, is everything ready? Reporting to the martial saint, everything is ready. We will attack immediately after 5 o'clock. Okay. Today, it will be your great contribution to take down the Hidden Tiger Camp. Qi Shengnan waved his hand and rushed forward like a cheetah. His figure had dashed far away. After a moment, Qi Shengnan arrived outside the Hidden Tiger Camp. He used his upper sky qi and roared like a dragon and a tiger. Qiu Lingde, it's 5 o'clock, come out. Inside the tent, Qiu Lingde suddenly opened his eyes and floated out of the tent. He stood above the camp and looked at Qi Shengnan, who was flaunting his power. Qi Shengnan, your great Wu acted willfully, your retribution is before you. Qi Shengnan laughed. Qiu Lingde, for a few dozen years, besides talking big, have you ever beat me? In today's battle, it should be decided who is strong and who is weak. I will see you at the Reincarnation Mountain. After he had finished, he did not linger and flew towards the Reincarnation Mountain in a flash. Qiu Lingde gave a cold sneer and his body also jumped down from the camp like an arrow leaving the bow. He followed him. For this battle, he had no way to retreat. He could only fight to the death. On the Hidden Tiger Camp, all the defending soldiers were ready for battle. They stood with their swords, armors, and arrows in neat rows. Each of the hot-blooded men were rubbing their fists and preparing to defend the camp with their lives. In the stronghold, a scribe was carrying a large gunny sack, paper, and pen. He walked past the soldiers one by one. Everyone, if you have anything to say, speak and let the scribe write it down. Perhaps, after this battle, you and I will stain the Hidden Tiger Camp with blood. However, the hot blood of a man should be spilled during the national crisis. Which one of you is afraid of death? Not afraid of death, for the country, we will not hesitate to die. With high morale and vigorous vigor, each of them clenched their fists and stared forward with determination. When it was their turn, the soldiers left behind the words in their hearts. They either left it for their parents in their hometown, or for their wives and children, or for their brothers and sisters. Each of them was impassioned and had already made up their minds to die. The body could die, but the soul of a soldier would not be destroyed. In order to drive away the tiger and wolf enemies, to protect the country, even if his blood had spilled over the hidden tiger camp, his soul would not be destroyed. He would still protect every inch of land in the Bayou country, and protect this home. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidien.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 189. Finally, the last grain of sand had flowed out of the hourglass. It was past 5 in the morning. Once again, the one-eyed general waved the blade from his waist and shouted, "Get ready, attack! Attack!" When the bugle horn was blown, the attacking team from the Great Wu rushed towards the hidden tiger camp like the tide. In a moment, they had arrived before the hidden tiger camp. The one-eyed general led a group of deputies and stood at the front. He raised the blade from his waist and shouted, "Cowards of the Bayou, if you know what's good for you, quickly abandon the camp. Or else, once we break through the camp, I will kill every single one of you." Instantly, angry shouts came from above the hidden tiger camp. The general that guarded the camp swore, "Little kids from the Great Wu, you dare to speak such arrogant words. Today, I will kill every single one of you that comes." The one-eyed general laughed coldly. "Then let's see who will die more miserably. Archers, shoot." 3,000 archers lined up in a shooting formation. Indeed, tens of thousands of arrows shot towards the hidden tiger camp. This round of arrows was used to cover the assaulters. Although the arrows were powerful, it would be impossible to create a large area of damage from such a long distance. However, it had a clear effect when used to cover the assaulting team. This round of storm-like arrows immediately caused the hidden tiger camp to erect rattan shields to block the power of the arrows. The first 1,000 assaulters from the Great Wu quickly grabbed the flying hooks and charged towards the direction of the camp. These assaulters had all gone through strict training and were 1 in 1,000 assault experts. Every one of them had extraordinary skills. With a swing of their arms, they had already shot up the flying hooks and placed them on solid places. Their bodies were as agile as monkeys as they climbed up one after another. Immediately after, the second group of assaulters carried the flying ladder and arrived. This flying ladder was built for the main attacking team. After all, not everyone had the skill to use the flying hooks. This flying ladder was the main climbing tool to attack the camp. Above the hidden tiger camp, while defending against those waves of arrows, they organized a counterattack. Instantly, rolling rocks and giant logs from the top of the camp kept falling down like a waterfall. The rolling boulders and giant trees could be said to be extremely lethal to those climbing assaulters. Originally, the defense of the hidden tiger camp was very three-dimensional. They had set up a wide defensive perimeter around 5 miles before the camp. Only, after yesterday's attack, all the defenses within this defensive perimeter had been broken through by the Great Wu. All the trenches were filled and all the traps were trampled. Hence, if they launched an attack today, they would be directly facing the stronghold. War drums rang out, and the sounds of killing soared to the heavens. Although they were still in the middle of an offensive and defensive battle and had yet to develop into a melee battle, the battle was already very intense. Huge rocks, huge trees, boiling water, and arrows rained down like locusts. In each round, they could capture 200 or 300 assault warriors from the Great Wu. Only, wave after wave of assault troops from the Great Wu had swarmed over. Under the cover of the arrows, more and more assault warriors approached the walls of the stronghold. Although it was morning, the world was still dark, as if a shadow had been cast over this massacre. Wave after wave of attacks hit the hidden tiger camp like a tidal wave. Although the defense of the hidden tiger camp was not impregnable, it had caused the assault team from the Great Wu to suffer greatly. After this wave of attacks, The Great Wu had already lost more than 2,000 people. Still, they could not climb up the stronghold. Despite this fact, the situation above the hidden tiger camp was not good. Under the dense shooting of the arrows, there were also hundreds of casualties. Although those assault teams could not break through the defense, many of them had already climbed up. Although they had been surrounded and killed, they had also killed many soldiers defending the hidden tiger camp and created some openings. Thus, on the surface, although the Great Wu was at a disadvantage, the true trouble was at the hidden tiger camp. After all, for this round of attack, they only used light siege tools such as flying hooks and ladders. On the side of the Great Wu, even more giant siege weapons were ready to make a move. They were ready to attack in one spurt of energy. With a wave of the giant flag, a fully armed vehicle rushed out from the back. On both sides, there were 4 giant wheels. Under the push of a group of soldiers, it rushed towards the stronghold. This colossal object had a total of 6 floors. Each level was equipped with different heavy weapons such as long spears, crossbows, and trebuchets. And on each level, countless elite warriors were lying in ambush. The gaps between the armor on the 4 sides of this vehicle were extremely small. Although it did not move fast, its power to break through the wall was astonishing. Not only could it use its thickness to destroy the wall directly, it could also use its height to equal the height of the stronghold. This way, it could reduce the pressure on the other assault team and divert the defense power for those using the flying hooks and ladders. Above the hidden tiger camp, everyone was on full alert when they saw this giant object. One of the assistant generals immediately said, "General, this vehicle is extremely powerful. It is fully armed and only fire attacks will work. Yes, prepare the crossbows and arrows, shoot at the vehicle." To deal with the vehicle, only the crossbows and arrows could break through the armor and cause damage to the body of the vehicle. Normal arrows would not work. 200 crossbowmen immediately gathered. The fire dragons danced in the air like locusts. The fire crossbows shot out unceasingly, one after another, greeting the large chariot. Unexpectedly, this vehicle from the Great Wu was armed with extremely tough materials. The power of the crossbows from the hidden tiger camp was extraordinary, yet they still could not break through the armor of this vehicle. Roar! Ha ha! When that one-eyed general saw this situation, he laughed proudly. "You want to break the vehicle of our Great Wu with these little crossbows and arrows? In your dreams." Second group of assault team, get ready. This group of assault team was prepared to break through the wall. Once the vehicle got close, it would cause great damage to the wall. Inside the vehicle, a large group of elite warriors were also transported. They could completely attack the stronghold. As soon as this group of assault team came out, the pressure would be reduced. They would have a greater chance to climb up the wall of the stronghold. 3,000 assault team warriors followed behind the vehicle and surged towards the wall with the vigor of dragons and tigers. Boom! Boom boom boom! Strong crashing sounds kept emitting. That giant vehicle had already rushed to the base of the wall and made a violent crashing sound. As for the assault experts inside the car, they climbed up one after another and leaped towards the top of the wall. Long spears and crossbows kept going. Kill. Now is the time to break the hidden tiger camp. Brothers, kill them for me. Kill the first one and you will be rewarded with 100 silvers. Kill the enemy general, you will be rewarded with 1,000 silvers. Kill the enemy general, you will be rewarded with 10,000 silvers. The general of the Great Wu laughed madly. He waved the giant flag and the main force pushed forward. They would only wait for that vehicle to break through the gate of the stronghold and rush in like the tide for a massacre. Boom, boom. Indeed, the power of that vehicle was extraordinary. Each impact made the defending army on top of the wall tremble violently. And those elite warriors that kept pouring out from the vehicle had already rushed to the top of the wall and started to break through the wall. Brothers, it's time to die for our country. If you are a man, then kill. If we kill one dog thief, we will break even. If we kill 2, we will make a profit. Kill. Kill those dog thieves from the Great Wu. Gaps kept appearing in the defense of the Bayou country. They could no longer form a 3-dimensional defense. However, each of these defending army was like a tiger and wolf as they did not fear death. They all pulled out their weapons and started to fight hand-to-hand with those elite warriors that had rushed to the top of the wall. Blood and flesh were badly mutilated and body parts flew everywhere. In between each breath, a few dozen lives were lost. The attacking party only had one thought, and that was to take down the hidden tiger camp as soon as possible and take the credit. The defending party only had one thought, and that was to kill the enemies. No matter how many came, they would kill them all. They would defend the hidden tiger camp and live and die with it. General. One of the deputy general of the hidden tiger camp slashed away one of the assaulters and approached the general. General, the situation is not good. If this vehicle keeps crashing, it would be difficult to protect our stronghold gate. Organize elite warriors and attack the vehicle. We must destroy this giant thing. The general fought bravely and chopped. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down a few assaulters. Deputy General Liu, you are in charge of leading 100 elite warriors above Stage 5 of the genuine force to form a suicide squad and attack that vehicle. Regardless of the method, we must destroy this damn vehicle. Yes. That Deputy General Liu answered, elite warriors above Stage 5, follow me. With a wave of his hand, a dozen elite warriors above Stage 5 all followed Deputy General Liu. Deputy General Liu said loudly, this vehicle is too powerful. We must destroy it to ensure that the camp will not be breached. You guys, do you dare to follow me to attack? We will follow you to death. Okay, get ready, let's go. Under the leadership of Deputy General Liu, a dozen elite warriors in the first row already rushed towards that vehicle like giant birds. At this time, rows of powerful crossbows shot out at a high speed from the direction of that vehicle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Deputy General Liu and the others who were suspended in the air did not even have the chance to react. They were shot into hedgehogs by these rows of powerful crossbows. The powerful impact of the crossbows had nailed them directly to the wall. Their death was too horrible to look at. On the other hand, the elite warriors from the bayou were not afraid. They kept jumping down one after another. However, the crossbow in the assault car was a well-installed mechanical crossbow. The strength of the crossbow was many times stronger than the strength of a human arm. Regardless of how strong the impact from the bayou was, it would be useless before the crossbows. As they kept charging, they kept getting shot back. For a time, the hidden tiger camp was facing a crisis from all sides. They were already showing signs of defeat. Main General, we cannot make it. One of the elite warriors approached the main general and said anxiously. The main general of the hidden tiger camp was an elite warrior at Stage 9 of the genuine force. He shouted, "You guys hold on, I will lead people to charge." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbows kept coming and the main general kept waving the long blade in his hand. Although he could block those crossbows, he could not find a chance to jump over. That main general opened his eyes widely and gave a long hiss. He turned around to look at the cruel killing on the wall. Large groups of assaulters from the Great Wu had already rushed up the wall. Could it be, my hidden tiger camp is going to fall into the hands of the enemy? Inwardly, that main general was grieving, yet he kept roaring, "Kill, today, we can only kill ourselves to serve our country." Roar. Just when the assaulters from the Great Wu continued to rush up the wall, suddenly, a deep and long hiss came from afar. This hiss sounded like the wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived within 5 miles. Bastards from the Great Wu, today, you will not be able to leave even if I call you. This stern shout sounded like the arrival of a deity with unstoppable power. The power of one shout had completely covered the tens of thousands of killing sounds from the camp. Indeed, the wind and clouds had changed and the 5 mountains had collapsed. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidien.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 190. Indeed, this person was Qin Wushuang, who had traveled day and night without stopping to rest. From the Purple Flame territory to the Taiyuan of Gugurio border, he had traveled at full speed for 1 day and 1 night. Finally, he had arrived at this crucial moment. A day and night of rushing didn't make him tired, nor did it make him tired. On the contrary, He felt unprecedentedly energetic. After a day and night of rushing, he seemed to have gained some understanding of the upper sky realm. The moment he stepped onto the hidden tiger camp, a wave of inspiration drilled into his head. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have caught a trace of subtle inspiration. This was the power that came from hatred, the inspiration that came from anger. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was indeed a scene of Azura. The warriors of the Bayou were using their bodies and blood to stop those elite warriors from the Great Wu from pouring in like wolves and tigers. Even though the hidden tiger camp had suffered heavy casualties and was in imminent danger, the elite warriors from the Great Wu kept rushing in. And the defending army of the hidden tiger camp kept getting eaten and cut apart. From a three-dimensional defense, to a flat defense, to being cut apart, it became an individual defense. Their defensive power kept decreasing. Now, it did not matter whether they were defending or not. There was only the most primitive killing and the most direct close combat. Swords flew, arms flew, and heads flew. Qin Wushuang's chest was filled with anger. It seemed that even the 5 great mountains could not fill it up. Even the water from the 3 rivers could not wash it away. Like the arrival of King Kong, Qin Wushuang appeared majestic as if a god had descended. He tiptoed and scrambled to the top of the city wall. Then, he swept the soft whip in the air. For this sweep, Qin Wushuang exerted all his power and brought about a wave of miserable explosive sound. The upper sky chi spread out and wrapped around a group of attackers before the Yushong village. He shook his spiritual chi. Bang! Waves of blood mist kept shooting out from the ripples created by the upper sky chi. It was as if countless flowers of death had bloomed in the air. Terrifying and enchanting. Today, those who climb this wall will die. Qin Wushuang shouted and shook the long whip again. Then, he directly smashed it at that giant car. Bang! The attack of the Xiantian realm was definitely not something that a post-liminary realm warrior could experience. Not to mention that Qin Wushuang had made a breakthrough on the path of the innate realm. The power of this whip was like the power of a god. It actually split open a crack in the middle as easily as a knife cutting through tofu. Qin Wushuang showed no mercy. The long whip shook again and struck 3 times in a row. Rumble. After 3 whips, the chariot was split into 2 halves and fell to the sides. The warriors in the chariot fled for their lives one after another. Otherwise, once the car completely collapsed, it would create a powerful impact with the ground. Their muscles and bones would probably be destroyed. Qin Wushuang's hands were not idle. With one hand holding the snake-shaped soft whip and the other holding the violet sun sword, he charged back and forth as if he was chopping vegetables. Warriors of the Bayou, gather together and make some space. While Qin Wushuang was killing, he called out to them. Now, there were more than 2,000 elite warriors and ordinary warriors from the Great Wu that had rushed to the top of the wall. When they saw Qin Wushuang's power, a group of elite warriors had already surrounded him and tried to use the human wave tactic to trap Qin Wushuang to death. Only, how could an elite warrior of the upper sky be trapped to death by their human wave tactic? Qin Wushuang was only worried about the chaotic battle between the 2 armies. Thus, he had asked the soldiers of the Bayou to make some space. Or else, if he used his full power, he could kill even 3,000 or 5,000 people. Upper sky meant borrowing the power of nature. How could the power of nature be resisted by a mere pre-sky realm warrior? When the main general of the Bayou saw Qin Wushuang, he lost his voice and shouted, Are you Marquis Wushuang? That's me. Qin Wushuang shouted, Organize and let all the soldiers defend. We will stop the assaulters from below from continuing to attack. Leave these people to me. As soon as his voice fell, the long whip in his hand swept 3 times in succession. Only a peng 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 sound of explosions could be heard. Under the impact of the Xiantian spiritual power, the bodies of these Hutian warriors exploded like bombs. There was no way for them to resist. In the blink of an eye, under Qin Wushuang's 1 whip and 1 sword, 4 or 5 lives had been lost. The side of the Great Wu also realized that something was wrong. One of the elite warriors at stage 9 of the genuine force had jumped down from the wall regardless of everything. With a horrifying expression, He ran away as if he had seen a ghost. His movement immediately attracted the reaction of the other elite warriors from the Great Wu. Someone shouted, "This person is an Upper Sky Realm warrior." Upper Sky Realm. Everyone retreat. We cannot fight against an Upper Sky Realm warrior. Qin Wushuang roared like a dragon and a tiger. Carrying the Upper Sky spiritual qi, the lion roar kept gushing out and shook those elite warriors from the Great Wu. Each of them felt dizzy and lost their footing as they fell down. Naturally, there was only one outcome when they fell from the dozens of meters high wall: they would become meat paste. Instantly, the situation had turned around. That one-eyed general from the Great Wu was stunned when he saw the change on top of the wall. He cried out, "Who is this person?" "General, Upper Sky. This person is an Upper Sky." Upper Sky. The color of the one-eyed general's face drained of color. He raised his head and saw those elite warriors from the Great Wu had all turned around to escape. However, when they reached the top of the wall, they were all shaken by the roar of the enemy and fell to their deaths. This scene caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. "General, the situation is not good. Retreat. Retreat. If we don't retreat now, when the hidden tiger camp organizes a counterattack, I am afraid our army will not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth." This deputy general showed an anxious expression. When he saw Qin Wushuang unleashing his Upper Sky power on the wall, he only felt his entire body tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to immediately turn around and run as far as he could. Qin Wushuang jumped and scuttled to that abandoned car. He pulled out a strong crossbow from inside and shook his arm slightly. Then, that strong crossbow was pulled open and a strong crossbow shot out with a strong piercing sound. Ah! The one-eyed general only felt that the pupil of his only eye had suddenly enlarged as if something was attacking him directly. Before he could react, that strong crossbow had already pierced into his only remaining eye and through his skull. It rushed out and brought out a cloud of blood rain. Without even a miserable cry, he fell off his horse. And the remaining power of that crossbow did not disappear as it continued to shoot forward and hit 7 or 8 Fang generals. When those deputies next to the one-eyed general saw this cruel scene, all their courage and fighting spirit instantly collapsed. One of them shouted, "Retreat! Retreat at full speed, retreat!" Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses turned into a mess. Their flags fell, men and horses tumbled as they turned around and ran. Relying on their superior mounts, those deputies ran even faster and did not even dare to look back. They were afraid that if they looked back, they would see that deadly crossbow shooting at them again. Instantly, the vanguard troops of the Great Wu left behind a ground full of banners and wounded soldiers that were trampled by the war horses. Wails and howls filled the field. At this time, the gate of the hidden tiger camp was opened. Under the lead of the general, 3,000 cavalrymen rushed out and chased forward. They took advantage of the situation and tried to maximize their advantage. When they passed by those wounded soldiers from the Great Wu, of course, these cavalrymen would not show mercy. As if they were cutting melons and vegetables, they killed all of them. The battle continued until noon and finally stopped. The 3,000 cavalrymen of the hidden tiger camp chased for 30 miles and beheaded thousands of people. Then, they returned victorious. They cleaned up the battlefield and counted the results. On the side of the hidden tiger camp, more than 5,000 people had died and more than 5,000 were wounded. It was apparent how tragic this battle was. And the loss on the side of the Great Wu had at least doubled. Among the 30,000 vanguard troops, besides the 10,000 people that had escaped, all of them were killed without leaving a single survivor. More than 20,000 people had lost their lives. Among them, besides the casualties from the siege, there were also those that had been killed by Qin Wushuang, those that had been trampled to death by their own cavalrymen, and those that had been killed by the hidden tiger camp. Qin Wushuang's remaining anger had not subsided as he silently watched the soldiers of the hidden tiger camp clean up the battlefield. The general of the hidden tiger camp came up to salute before he even took off his armor. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "You are the general here, no need for formalities. How was the battle today?" That general felt extremely ashamed. If Marquis Wushuang had not arrived in time, I am afraid that the hidden tiger camp would have fallen into the hands of the enemy. The Great Wu has strong soldiers and strong horses. They also have sharp weapons for siege. Although the defense of this hidden tiger camp is strong, apparently, it could not withstand such impact. This time, the Great Wu had spent a lot of money. Ha ha, unfortunately, Marquis Wuxuang had made them lose everything. Joy filled the face of that general as he recalled the miraculous scene from a moment ago. His blood was still boiling as he recalled the scene of turning defeat into victory. Yes, isn't the martial saint overseeing the hidden tiger camp? Hey, I almost forgot. The martial saint has a short letter here. He said that since Marquis Wuxuang is here, he is giving it to you. Qin Wuxuang took it and opened it. He only saw 2 sentences and 14 words. Spring comes before the sickly tree, the new replaces the old. Qin Wuxuang thought about it and suddenly, his expression changed. Where is he? Today, at 5 o'clock, Qi Shengnan, the martial saint of the Great Wu, challenged the martial saint. Both of them went to the reincarnation mountain to fight it out. Qin Wuxuang's expression changed drastically as he mumbled to himself, "Senior brother Qiu, he is determined to die." He remembered that the martial saint had not recovered from his internal injuries and pondered these 14 words. Vividly, he had seen through life and death. Comparing himself to the sickly tree and the old, it seemed to be encouraging Qin Wuxuang, the new guy. But, was it not a hint to replace him? Could it be that senior brother Qiu had not recovered from his internal injuries and knew that he would lose this battle and left this letter for me to express his feelings? When Qin Wuxuang thought here, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the reincarnation mountain. Qin Wuxuang still remembered the support and help that the martial saint had given him. Now that this senior was in trouble, how could he stand by and do nothing? Marquis Wuxuang, the martial saint, had said that if you came, do not go to the reincarnation mountain. Everything, put the country's interest first. That general seemed to have guessed something and suddenly reminded him. Qin Wuxuang was shocked inwardly. Put the country first. Suddenly, he understood something and a wave of indescribable emotions surged in his chest. This was the martial saint who had spent his entire life working hard for the fate of the Bayou country. At this moment of life and death, he still put the country's interest before his own life. At this moment of life and death, he still did not forget the fate of the country and the fate of all the people in the Bayou country. The hidden tiger camp needed Qin Wuxuang, the border war needed Qin Wuxuang, and the Bayou country needed Qin Wuxuang even more. When he thought here, Qin Wuxuang clenched his fists and stared at the direction of the reincarnation mountain. He mumbled, "Senior brother Qiu, you must take care. P.S. I am too tired today. I wrote the 2nd chapter last night and spent a total of 4 hours. I can't write the 4th chapter today. Tomorrow, I will make it up to everyone." Asked by a friend, I pushed 2 books. Sweeping the Wind and Clouds with Reincarnation, book number 17642669. The Fox in the Foreign Land, book number 170348. Interested friends can take a look and collect it. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 191. During the Battle of the Hidden Tiger Camp, Qin Wuxuang had demonstrated his power and defeated 30,000 soldiers from the Great Wu. He had saved the unfavorable situation of the northeast front and swept away the declining trend. This battle had greatly increased the military power of the Bayou. Regardless of the Hidden Tiger Camp or the Green Dragon Camp, they had increased their confidence in the future war. The reinforcements from the Taiyuan of Gugurio had also arrived. The Great Surge King led 50,000 soldiers to the border fortress. When he heard that the Hidden Tiger Camp had been defended, the Great Surge King was also overjoyed. He came to see Qin Wuxuang. Inwardly, Qin Wuxuang was worried. When he saw the reinforcements had arrived, he said to the Great Surge King, "Marquis, the martial saint has not recovered from his internal injuries. I am quite worried about the battle with that Qi Shengnan. Since you are overseeing this place, the Hidden Tiger Camp should be impregnable. I want to go to the Reincarnation Mountain and see if I can help the Martial Saint. The great Surge King knew what the Martial Saint meant to the Bayou. At the moment, he did not object and nodded. Rest assured, Marquis Wushuang. With me here, unless the army of the Great Wu steps over my dead body, they will not be able to take half a step past this hidden tiger camp. Qin Wushuang nodded. The Great Wu has just lost and their morale is unstable. For the time being, they will not be able to organize an effective attack. At most, I will be delayed for one night. It should not affect the war. After he had finished, he cupped his hands and left the hidden tiger camp. He flew towards the direction of the Reincarnation Mountain. This Reincarnation Mountain was the tallest mountain on the border of the northeast Taiyuan of Goguryeo. It stretched for thousands of miles and had a vast terrain with many dangerous peaks. It would be an extremely difficult task for Qin Wushuang to find someone. After all, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find two people within a few thousand miles. However, since it was a battle between Upper Sky, there would be traces of Upper Sky Qi left behind. As long as the traces of Upper Sky Qi had not completely disappeared and Qin Wushuang could grasp it, he could follow the clues and chase after them. Qin Wushuang ran quickly. After an hour, he arrived at the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain. At this time, it was almost dusk and the night was hazy. It was even more difficult to find them. Qin Wushuang carefully experienced and felt. Fortunately, Qiu Lingda's and Qi Shengnan's carnate auras had not completely dissipated. Qin Wushuang walked to the foot of the Reincarnation Peak and could vaguely grasp some residual auras. This saved Qin Wushuang a lot of worry. He searched along the way. Following the continuation of this strand of aura, he continued to delve deeper and deeper, not losing this clue. After walking for about 2 hours, Qin Wushuang finally saw an empty valley in front of him. This area was wide and suitable for a big battle. After reaching the Xiantian realm, even though the night vision couldn't be as clear as the day, it didn't affect one's vision much. Qin Wushuang raised his head and looked around. There were huge craters all around the valley, as well as deep ravines that had been created by human power. The grass and trees in all directions were all destroyed, and the place was in a mess. Many big trees that couldn't be hugged by 2 hands were swaying left and right. Obviously, they were also affected by the battle and were caught in the crossfire. Qin Wushuang carefully observed. The residual carnate auras hadn't completely dissipated. In many places, it was even very strong. Obviously, in this battle, both sides had used their full power and didn't leave any room for maneuver. Looking at the devastated environment, it could be seen that this battle was very tragic. Under a big tree, Qin Wushuang found a trace of blood. This bloodstain had been dried by the wind and should have been there for at least half a day. Qin Wushuang frowned slightly and thought inwardly, for this battle, who won and who lost? After looking around, he was surprised to find that their carnate auras stopped here and didn't continue to spread outwards. In other words, this was the final battlefield. Elder brother Qiu and that Qi Shengnan should have decided the victor here. But who won and who lost? Who died and who lived? Where did the living go? Where were the dead bodies? All the clues were cut off here. It seems that for sure, one side won. And most likely, when the winner left, they didn't activate their carnate aura. Thus, the carnate aura was cut off here and didn't leave any clues. Qin Wushuang frowned even tighter. He had a bad premonition. This premonition caused him to feel extremely uneasy and restless in the depths of his heart. If brother Qiu won, he should have returned to the hidden tiger camp. As for me, I should be able to sense his aura along the way. When he thought here, the restlessness in Qin Wushuang's heart became even more intense. After searching carefully, he still couldn't find any more clues. Qin Wushuang stood up helplessly. Vaguely, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the border of the Great Wu in the north. If something happens to brother Qiu. Qin Wushuang felt a pain in his heart and secretly made a promise, I will not stop until I kill all the elites of the Great Wu. Again, he took out that short letter from his chest. Under the moonlight, those 14 words seemed to express Qiu Lingda's endless thoughts. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt a sharp pain in his chest. This was his intuition. He realized that perhaps something had happened to Brother Chiu. And most likely, he had been killed by Qi Shengnan. Perhaps, before Brother Chiu went out to battle, he had realized this. Or else, why would he leave these 14 words? In these 2 sentences, he had entrusted Brother Chiu's endless expectations to him. He remembered that since he had started his martial arts career, the support from the Zhenwu holy place had allowed him to not take any detours during his growth. Ever since the martial arts student exam in River County, the emissary from the Zhenwu holy place had taken care of him. And during the family class evaluation, the emissary from the Zhenwu holy place had also stood out to speak for the Qin when they were threatened by the Shimen feudal lords. Later, during the martial arts student exam, he had gotten into a conflict with the imperial uncle. Then, the purple-robed great honored warrior had taught him the Tao of the upper sky. Until his journey to the Martial Saint Mountain, the Martial Saint had taken care of him. Even after he had become an upper sky, under the threat of Li Wuji and the old devil Ji Yin, Brother Chiu had never taken a step back. All these experiences were still vivid in his mind. However, in a trance, it seemed to have been separated by a few reincarnations. Brother Chiu. Qin Wushuang felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was not a physical pain, but a tremor from the depth of his soul. It was a form of indescribable emotional sorrow. When Qin Wushuang thought here, he became much calmer. He collected his emotions and left the reincarnation mountain. Since Brother Chiu had already seen through everything before he had left, he had the resolve to die for the country. Then, as the descendant that Brother Chiu had taken care of, the only thing he could do was to follow in his footsteps and finish his unfinished business. He could not just wallow in sorrow. Revenge, however, was inevitable. Qin Wushuang had never felt as angry and as eager to kill as he did now. When he returned to the hidden tiger camp, it was dawn. Instantly, Qin Wushuang's entire temperament became much colder. He went to find the Great Surge King directly. When the Great Surge King saw Qin Wushuang's expression, he was moved inwardly. Marquis Wushuang, what about the Martial Saint? With an expressionless face, Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Currently, I am not sure. Great Surge King, are you interested in taking back the Flying Cloud Camp? The Flying Cloud Camp was the first stronghold of the Taiyuan Kingdom of Gugurio. On the 9th day of the new year, it had already been breached and had fallen into the hands of the Great Wu. Hearing Qin Wushuang's question, the Great Surge King's expression changed as he said in a low voice, "It's my duty to take back the lost land and restore the rivers and mountains. How could I not want to? Okay, if that's the case, then gather the 50,000 soldiers you brought and follow me. By this evening, if I cannot take back the Flying Cloud Camp, then I, Qin Wushuang, am useless." In Qin Wushuang's eyes, strong murderous intentions flashed across his eyes. Even someone like the Great Surge King could not help but tremble inwardly. He was intimidated by Qin Wushuang's powerful temperament as he immediately said, with Marquis Wushuang stepping out, "Taking back the Flying Cloud Camp will be as easy as taking something out of your pocket. I will go make the preparations now. How about we depart at 7 in the morning? Okay, I will go first, you guys follow me." After Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, he walked out in large strides. His goal was clear, the Flying Cloud Camp. Taking back the lost land was only the first step. Currently, inside Qin Wushuang's heart, countless emotions were surging and rolling. Like a torrential flood, he urgently needed a vent. Great Wu. These 3 words had caused Qin Wushuang to feel a deep sense of hatred. Inside the Flying Cloud Camp, the main force of the Great Wu had gathered here. The rest of the troops split into different routes, planning to attack the Hidden Tiger Camp and Azure Dragon Camp once again. Yesterday's defeat had made the general of the Great Wu extremely dissatisfied. Fortunately, Qi Shengnan, the Martial Saint, had brought back good news. He had easily killed Qiu Lingda, the Martial Saint of the Baiyu. Qi Shengnan had returned victorious. Initially, he thought that breaking through the Baiyu country would be as easy as breaking bamboo and would not encounter any more obstacles. Unexpectedly, from the mouths of those deserters, he had received a shocking news: another upper sky had appeared in the Baiyu country. And it was a very young upper sky. Instantly, Qi Shengnan's joy had decreased a lot. Of course, since he was a new initial stage warrior, Qi Shengnan had the confidence to take him down. Thus, after a night of rest, he planned to challenge the hidden tiger camp again. At this time, the scout from the Great Wu had sent back an urgent report. The Great Surge King had led 50,000 elite soldiers to invade the Flying Cloud camp. He had tried to take back the Flying Cloud camp aggressively. When the general of the Great Wu had received the news, he immediately sent the information to Qi Shengnan. Qi Shengnan laughed coldly. "The Great Surge King is here? That's good, it will save us a long journey. If we take down the Great Surge King, he will collapse without a fight. You are wise, martial saint. Since the Great Surge King has come, we will not let him go back. Go, hang Qiulingda's head in front of the Flying Cloud camp. Hang the body on the side and expose it for 3 days." Qi Shengnan's move was extremely vicious. One could imagine the impact to the morale of the Baiyu army by hanging the head of the totem figure of the Baiyu. Most likely, when those 50,000 soldiers saw Qiulingda's head, they would be scared out of their wits. How could they have the will to fight? The general of the Great Wu was overjoyed when he heard his words. He raised his thumb and flattered, "Great martial saint, this move is enough to make the sheep of the Baiyu tremble. We don't even need to fight, most likely, they would collapse first, ha ha ha. Humph, we must use this opportunity to break through the 3 major fortresses. We must flatten the Taiyuan of Goguryeo and attack the imperial capital of the Baiyu. I am still waiting to go to the imperial capital to take the head of Emperor He." Yes. That general was overjoyed and walked out of the door. The beast blood in his entire body boiled as he only wanted to lead the army to the south and flatten the Baiyu. P.S. To thank the warriors of the Galaxia for their enthusiastic tips and to make up for my lack of updates. Today's update volume will be abundant. Brothers, let's go. Let the monthly votes fall like the rain, haha. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 192. Outside the Flying Cloud camp, the cold wind was blowing and the surrounding vegetation had already started to wither. Yellow leaves had fallen to the ground. Qin Wushuang had arrived outside the Flying Cloud camp alone. However, he saw the martial saint's head separated from his body. The eyes on the severed head were still open as if he was looking at the homeland of the Baiyu with deep nostalgia. Instantly, Qin Wushuang's entire body shook as if he had been hit by a whip. Indeed. Indeed. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. He only felt a wave of uncontrollable anger in his chest that needed to be vented. Roar. Qin Wushuang roared to the sky. As soon as this roar came out, it instantly darkened the sky above the entire Flying Cloud camp as if a dark cloud was pressing down on the camp. Everyone in the Flying Cloud camp felt a wave of rapid heartbeat. The normal soldiers felt their bodies go soft as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some even bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. Qi Shengnan. Qin Wushuang roared with extreme anger. "I know you are at the Flying Cloud camp, get out here. Get out here, get out here." This voice formed waves of air that spread out and rushed to the top of the Flying Cloud camp. Another wave of surging blood. Those soldiers of the Flying Cloud camp only felt that the sky had darkened and they were on the verge of collapsing. All the blood vessels in their body seemed to be about to explode. Qi Shengnan was inside the camp and his expression changed drastically. Ever since Qin Wushuang had let out the first roar, he had felt a wave of extreme danger. Sure enough, the person who had come had directly named Qi Shengnan and asked him to show himself. "Qi Shengnan, it's up to you if you want to be a coward. Today, I will let your Great Wu turn into a river of blood to pay homage to senior brother Qiu's soul in heaven." As soon as he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang let out a roar and his body had already glided up like a bird. He waved the soft whip in his hand and a wave of yellow light formed into a half-moon-shaped ripple that swept out. Boom! This attack directly blasted the wall above the stronghold, instantly sweeping away the defenders on top of it. Those who were struck had their bones and tendons shattered, and died on the spot. Those who offend my Baiyu, die. Qin Wushuang was like a ferocious lion rushing into a flock of sheep. Each time he waved the long whip, he would harvest a large group of defending soldiers of the Great Wu like harvesting leeks. Shua. Spiritual energy surged, and its destructive power was boundless. 2 more waves of spiritual energy surged out in succession. The momentum was unparalleled, and it directly swept away the hundreds of defenders that had rushed forward. Crack. Cut in half at the waist. More than 100 defenders were instantly turned into more than 200 pieces, their blood flowing all over the ground. Qin Wushuang's face was gloomy. He was like a god of death, coldly displaying his might. Standing on top of the stronghold, he coldly looked at the thousands of defenders. Their faces were ashen as they continuously retreated. Unexpectedly, no one dared to charge forward. Too powerful. This was an existence that they were powerless to deal with. No amount of courage or bravery would be of any use. Charging forward would only result in death. If they escaped, perhaps they would have a lifetime to live. Qin Wushuang waved the long whip and took back all the bodies of Qiulingda. With a deep and mournful tone, he said coldly, "Great martial saint, your soul is not far away. Watch me take revenge for you. Today, I will not stop until I have killed the leader of the Great Wu." Kill. Qin Wushuang glared and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. Once again, he waved the snake-shaped soft whip and emitted an explosive sound that made people tremble. The body of the whip carried a wave of strange light. Like a monster that had been bestowed with its own consciousness, it spat out a powerful upper sky presence and started to wreak havoc among the people of the Great Wu. Currently, he only had one thought. He would kill all these vicious people that had invaded the Baiyu and kill all the bandits from the Great Wu. Qi Shengnan. While Qin Wushuang was killing, he sneered, "You claim to be the martial saint of the Great Wu. You watched your soldiers die for you, yet you did not show your face. Are you not ashamed? You claim to be an elite warrior of the upper sky spiritual martial force, do you not even have the courage to show your face? What qualifications do you have to be the martial saint of a country? What qualifications do you have to protect them?" Qin Wushuang roared madly and waved the long whip. Everywhere it went, without a doubt, corpses piled up like a mountain and blood flowed like a river. His hatred at this moment could not be described with words. It was not that Qi Shengnan did not want to show himself. Since the beginning, Qin Wushuang had taken the upper hand in terms of temperament. And now, Qin Wushuang's temperament had become even more intense and kept rising. He had suppressed his temperament. In a battle between upper sky realm experts, if one was suppressed to this extent from the beginning, one could imagine the result of this battle. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew where this Qi Shengnan was hiding. He did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he used this slaughter to force him to show himself. This was another form of vicious psychological warfare. The more you did not show yourself, the more scared you were. You did not even show yourself when I killed your people. How strong of a fear would that be? In fact, the longer this hint lasted, the more unfavorable it would be for Qi Shengnan. Qi Shengnan had a premonition that this upper sky realm warrior was even more profound than Qiulingda in terms of the upper sky realm. In yesterday's battle, he had tested that Qiulingda's internal injuries had not healed. How could Qi Shengnan let go of such opportunity? Of course, he would use all his strength to kill Qiulingda. And today, he had sensed a wave of upper sky realm intent that was completely different from Qiulingda's. If Qiulingda's upper sky realm presence was already somewhat lethargic, then this person's upper sky realm presence was like the rising sun. It was full of vitality, powerful and full of potential. Vividly, Qi Shengnan felt somewhat fearful of that vigorous vitality. If he had a choice, he would have turned around and left immediately. He would never see this person again. However, the current situation did not allow him to make such a choice. If he turned around and left, the army of the Great Wu would collapse instantly. This battle would also be declared a failure. For sure, the Great Wu would become the biggest joke within the Great Luo Empire. For the martial saint of the upper sky realm to escape before the battle, such a joke would definitely make people laugh their heads off. When he thought here, Qi Shengnan gave a clear whistle and plundered out of the tent. Which junior dares to behave atrociously here? With a stern shout, Qi Shengnan scrambled to the top of the mountain pass and shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Qin Wushuang did not even look at Qi Shengnan. With the snake-shaped soft whip in his left hand and the violet sun sword in his right hand, he became even more excited to kill. Each time he moved, he would create countless murderous intent. Under one whip and one sword, there were already thousands of corpses lying on top of this mountain pass. Qi Shengnan, you don't want to be a coward anymore? Qin Wushuang waved his whip slightly and finally, he stopped killing. He looked from afar and spoke with a cold tone that revealed a wave of cold murderous intentions. "Kid, you are from the bayou?" When Qi Shengnan saw this tragic scene before him, the anger in his chest kept bursting out. He only wanted to pinch Qin Wushuang to death with one hand. "Stop with the nonsense, Qi Shengnan, did you kill senior brother Qiu?" A wave of rich hatred gushed out from Qin Wushuang's eyes. "Ha ha ha. Qiu Lingde was not skilled enough and his death is not to be regretted. It was me who cut off his dog head. Kid, tell me your name, under my sword, I will not kill nameless ghost." Qi Shengnan spoke with an exaggerated tone to provoke Qin Wushuang. This was also a psychological attack. Of course, his goal was to cause Qin Wushuang to become impatient. "Old man, since you asked, I will tell you. My surname is Qin Wushuang, and my name is Qin Wushuang. Today, if I let you leave this place alive, I, Qin Wushuang, swear that I am not a human being." After he had finished speaking, he shook the snake-shaped soft whip and straightened it into a long spear. He rushed forward and greeted Qi Shengnan's body. Qi Shengnan did not dare to neglect. With a flash, a blood-red battle blade appeared in his hand. It emitted a cold light and slashed horizontally. Qin Wushuang gave a loud shout and quickly raised his arm. He stabbed a dozen times in the air. Each time, it congealed into a wave of eye-catching light that kept piercing Qi Shengnan's vital points. Although it appeared to be a competition of speed, in fact, Qin Wushuang's wave of light was a supreme method of pouring his spiritual qi into the long whip. He had merged the essence of the coagulated sword inside. With the help of the snake-shaped soft whip, the sword qi kept accumulating and multiplying. The power had increased exponentially. Qi Shengnan kept waving his blade to cover all the vital points on his body. He did not dare to neglect and was careful with each move. Apparently, he knew the power of the attack. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang dashed forward and pulled out the violet sun sword with his left hand. He waved it horizontally and with a brush, another wave of sword light shot out. Along with the momentum, he cut off a dozen of defending soldiers on the left side. Although he had exerted his power without any warning, it had caused the Great Wu to lose another dozen of lives. "Qi Shengnan, aren't you the martial saint of the Great Wu? I am killing people of the Great Wu in front of you. What can you do about it?" Qin Wushuang laughed recklessly and dashed left and right. Regardless of how those defending soldiers retreated, they could not avoid Qin Wushuang's ghostly figure. Each time he landed, a group of soldiers from the Great Wu would lose their lives. Qi Shengnan's face turned ashen. He knew that in terms of speed, he could not stop this person before him. Since he was not fast enough, it would be impossible to stop the other party from killing his subordinates. "Kid." Qi Shengnan's eyes were about to spurt fire. He rolled the battle blade from his hand and changed from defense to offense. He slashed at Qin Wushuang madly. In fact, these blade attacks appeared to be filled with anger. In fact, it was Qi Shengnan's most prized upper sky blade technique. Through the blade light, he could change the movement path of the airflow. Thus, he could make the blade light form a distorted movement path and cause the opponent to miscalculate. Thus, he could injure the enemy. Qin Wushuang sneered and waved the long whip in his hand 3 times. Instantly, 3 defensive circles formed from the top, middle, and bottom to protect his entire body. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and dashed towards Qi Shengnan. He inserted the violet sun sword into his back and pointed with the tip of his finger. Kai. The bitter sword qi gushed out and pierced towards Qi Shengnan's chest. This was almost a close combat. Since Qin Wushuang's finger attack was fast, of course, Qi Shengnan could not avoid it. Bang! The young Shong sword qi hit him directly. Qi Shengnan did not even have the time to react when he felt a pain in his chest. Then, a wave of despair and fear rushed into his heart. Not good. P.S. Helplessly complaining to the power supply department, there's a blackout again, and apparently, there will be frequent blackouts in the future. It will be the legendary blackout. Fortunately, I wrote 2 chapters in the afternoon. Send it up first. Now, let's continue. Hope it won't affect today's explosion. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 193. After one move had hit the target, Qi Shengnan lost his composure. With a mournful hiss, he quickly retreated to the back after slashing 3 times. Like lightning, he planned to escape. In these few exchanges, he had clearly felt that the strength of this Qin Wushuang was far above him. Regardless of the upper sky stage or the upper sky techniques, he had surpassed him. Qin Wushuang. Suddenly, Qi Shengnan remembered that martial arts student from the Bayou country that had been chosen by the Stargaze Palace. Wasn't he called Qin Wushuang? When he thought about the power of the Stargaze Palace and looked at this godlike Qin Wushuang, a wave of strong regret emerged from Qi Shengnan's heart. However, he knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. At the moment, only running away would give him hope to escape from today's disaster. Surround him, surround him. While Qi Shengnan ran at a high speed, he shouted at the defending army of the Great Wu. He wanted these pre-Sky Realm warriors to use their bodies to slow down Qin Wushuang and create a chance for him to escape. The martial saint was the totem figure of a country. He was the immortal monument and the absolute authority. As soon as Qi Shengnan had spoken, those defending army swarmed over as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They took out their weapons and rushed towards Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang knew that although that attack had hit this Qi Shengnan, he must have been wearing a strange armor. Thus, this attack did not break through his defense and did not damage his dantian. Thus, despite the pain, he did not have the slightest impression of Qi Shengnan's escaping speed. He saw that Qi Shengnan was so shameless that he had ordered pre-Sky Realm warriors to stop him and cover his escape. Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer and sneered, "Qi Shengnan, today, even if you have wings, don't think about escaping." As he spoke, his body jumped forward rapidly in the air. Once again, he slashed out waves of sword light with the violet sun sword and forced the defending army to retreat. He stepped out from the crowd and chased after Qi Shengnan. Qi Shengnan jumped down from the stronghold and ran straight ahead for his life. The violet sun sword in Qin Wushuang's hand shot out, aiming straight for Qi Shengnan's back. Qi Shengnan felt a strong Xiantian power coming from behind him. He quickly lowered his body and fell down. His feet touched the ground, and he went into the nearby forest. The violet sun sword seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force. It actually followed up at high speed, circled to the front of Qi Shengnan, and slashed towards him. Qi Shengnan let out an ayah and brandished his saber, intending to break the violet sun sword's obstruction. At this time, Qin Wushuang's snake-shaped soft whip had already attacked like a ghost. A spirit power binding quickly wrapped around Qi Shengnan's waist. Whoosh! This snake-shaped soft whip curled and immediately buckled into Qi Shengnan's flesh, tightening it even more. Qi Shengnan used all his strength, but he couldn't break free. For a moment, he was scared out of his wits. Qin Wushuang kept urging his spiritual qi and exerting pressure through the snake-shaped soft whip. He kept tightening Qi Shengnan's bucket-like waist and squeezing it into his flesh. Although Qi Shengnan was an upper sky and had an extremely strong body, he could not resist against such tyrannical binding power. He let out waves of miserable cries. "Qi Shengnan, when you killed the martial saint of the Bayou country, did you ever think that karma would come fast?" Qin Wushuang said with a cold tone. He pulled Qi Shengnan up and rushed back to the flying cloud camp. After a moment, they returned to the stronghold. Qin Wushuang threw the whip and threw Qi Shengnan's body into the mud. At this moment, the martial saint of a country was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He appeared extremely embarrassed. Qi Shengnan, you call yourself the martial saint of a country. Today, I will serve you well before all the soldiers of the Great Wu. I will let them see how weak the so-called martial saint of the Great Wu is. As he spoke, he threw the whip and dragged Qi Shengnan's body to smash 3 times on the ground. Each time, a violent impact occurred and created 3 giant holes on the ground. At this moment, before the flying cloud camp, the Great Surge King had arrived with 50,000 soldiers. The scene before him had left the Great Surge King dumbstruck. For a time, they did not know who the person that Marquis Wushuang had humiliated was. However, when he raised his head and saw each of the defending soldiers of the flying cloud camp revealing a ashamed expression, he seemed to have understood something. He only heard Qin Wushuang say, "Qi Shengnan, did you really think that senior brother Qiu would lose to you? If he didn't have internal injuries, how could you have gotten the upper hand in yesterday's battle? Do you think you are so great after killing an upper sky with internal injuries? Today, you are full of vigor and did not suffer any injuries, right? What about it? If I want you to be round, you will be round. If I want you to be flat, you will be flat." As he spoke, Qin Wushuang also threw the whip and smashed it towards the wall of the camp. With the infusion of the powerful upper sky qi, the power of this throw was extraordinary. With just one attack, there was a violent tremor. On the wall, a giant human-shaped hole had appeared and caved in. Qi Shengnan was an elite warrior of the upper sky realm with a powerful body. Or else, ordinary pre-sky realm warriors would have died after such a collision. On the side of the Great Wu, from the general to the ordinary soldiers, each of them had a pale face. Not even in their dreams would they have thought that such a scene would appear before them. The martial saint that they were proud of had been trampled by a young man. He was not even as good as a stray dog. This scene had deeply wounded their self-esteem, and it had completely melted away all their fighting spirit. With one glance, Qin Wushuang knew that the morale of the army of the Great Wu had reached the lowest point. He shouted, "Great Surge King, give the order to attack the city. Kill all the soldiers of the Great Wu, do not leave a single one alive." After he had finished, he waved the long whip and rolled back a cold light that flashed like the light of a blade. Kai! Qi Shengnan's arms were cut off like a fragile lotus root. Blood splashed all over the ground. With another flash of light, Qi Shengnan did not even have the time to let out a sorrowful cry. Suddenly, his legs separated from his body and he fell to the ground in despair. Qin Wushuang laughed nastily. "Qi Shengnan, when you killed my martial saint, did you ever think that you would suffer a worse retribution than him? Since you have beheaded him, I will repay you with a 5-horse dismemberment." As he spoke, the long whip had already wrapped around Qi Shengnan's neck. With a brush, blood sprayed out like rain. With a crisp sound, Qi Shengnan's head rolled down from his neck like a gourd. Both arms, legs and the head had completely separated from the body. Qi Shengnan was dead. Under the gaze of everyone from the Great Wu, he did not resist at all. As if he was killing a dog, Qin Wushuang had completely dismembered his body. Indeed, it was a fatal blow to the morale of the Great Wu. When the totem figure of a country had fallen, how was it different than breaking the backbone of the country? Following the order of the Great Surge King, the horn for the counterattack of the Baiyu was blown. With an irresistible force, they had taken down the flying cloud camp quickly without encountering any substantial resistance. And the 100,000 main army of the Great Wu could not organize any form of resistance. They could only retreat in a panic and escape in an embarrassing state. They threw away their helmets and armors and were scared out of their wits. With Qi Shengnan dead, how could it be only one upper sky martial saint that had died? His death had directly destroyed the fighting spirit of the Great Wu. Without the fighting spirit, how could a troop be qualified to fight against the Baiyu that had high morale? What could they use to fight against the lion of the Baiyu that was protecting the country? After Qin Wushuang had killed Qi Shengnan, he did not stay idle. Instead, He slaughtered the generals of the Great Wu to his heart's content. He knew that he could not kill all of the 100,000 soldiers. However, he would kill each of these leaders and generals he saw. He would kill until the Great Wu no longer had the strength to go down south. The Great Surge King pursued the enemy and led 50,000 soldiers to the north. As if he was cutting melons and vegetables, everywhere he went, the army of the Great Wu had been beheaded. And when the other scattered armies of the Great Wu learned that the Flying Cloud Camp had failed and that their martial saint had been killed, although they did not witness it with their own eyes, their morale was also dispirited. They could not muster up the courage to support the main army of the Flying Cloud Camp. Instead, they all returned to the north in a panic and did their own thing. This pursuit had continued from the border of the Bayou to the Great Wu. Directly, he had killed 30,000 of the Great Wu's leaders. This great victory had greatly boosted the morale of the Bayou army. However, all of this did not make Qin Wushuang stop. If it were a simple war between the two countries, perhaps Qin Wushuang would consider taking a step back and let the royal families of the two countries take care of this matter. However, the death of the martial saint, Qiu Lingde, had caused Qin Wushuang's anger to reach the peak. He would not stop here. Not only would he continue to pursue, he would also kill his way to the imperial capital of the Great Wu. For this trip, he would not stop until he had killed to his heart's content and shocked the entire Great Wu. Qin Wushuang went up north and invaded along the way. As long as he passed by a fortress, he would go in. He only had one goal, and that was to kill all the elite warriors of the Great Wu. Along the way to the imperial capital, Qin Wushuang calculated that he had killed 300 or 500 elite warriors of the Great Wu. Here, there were the king of a territory, the leaders of the feudal lord families, the leaders of the army, and the person in charge of the Zhen Wu holy place. When the Great Wu learned that a murderous star had arrived, the entire country fell into a state of panic. The emperor of the Great Wu had already asked for help from everywhere. He had asked for help from the West Shu, the Great Jin, and the Ba Shu, these three upper subordinate countries. Not long ago, the Great Wu had been in high spirits and was preparing to swallow the Bayou. In less than 10 days, their fate had taken such a huge turn. The arrogant Great Wu had fallen into a precarious situation and was in imminent danger. At any moment, they could fall into the whirlpool of disaster. This was retribution, the retribution of karma. Karma had come quickly. Although those three upper subordinate countries did not want to get into trouble, they could not remain indifferent when facing the Great Wu's request for help. After all, with the current momentum of the Bayou, once they had destroyed the Great Wu, for sure, the next spearhead would point to one of them. Especially the West Shu, they would bear the brunt of the attack since they had joined hands with the Great Wu. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.